Alright, hello, greetings and welcome in everyone. Hi, my name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. And welcome to day number 19 of my Donothon. Hello, welcome in. I hope that Tuesday has treated everyone kindly so far. Yeah, it's been a little bit of a mad day, but it's been a good day all the same. Hey, Fred, hello, welcome in, good to see you. Let me just resettle myself in my seat, there we go. How goes? This, which has or shall continue to be for a while longer yet, Tuesday. In my iteration of reality, it has been an interesting day. I did a lot of counting and comparing stuffs. So if you saw my post earlier on X and Blue Sky regarding the Donothon goal, and you now see that the number still reads as 51, it's not a mistake. There's been another donation, so thank you, Teo. Thank you. Greatly appreciated for bringing us past the halfway mark. It's a huge milestone. Big thank yous for that. Which means that come next week, we're gonna be having the painting with real paint challenge sometime in the run of next week. So that you guys can look forward to immediately. Braid says, so far it's alright. Day's been odd, but it's going. Strangely productive. You know, odd days happen from time to time, and that's, you know what? We deal with them. We live with them, and we take the productivity that they throw at us, right? I can think of worse things than a strangely productive day. When things just align in such a way that you can just tick some things off of the proverbial list, potentially even the literal list. Those days are useful. Those days are very useful. I did some of that ticking things off of the literal list as well, now that I think about it. Yeah, it was a wild day. But it was good. So yes, thanks to Teo, we will be going into the new week with a new challenge to do. So we were going to be doing the painting with real paint challenge at some point next week. I'll decide exactly which day yet. It'll probably be Thursday. It'll be Thursday. It'll be Thursday when we do the painting with real paint thing, I think. That's the day of the week where it makes sense to do it. Methinks. So we shall be doing that then. And if you would like to join me in attempting to paint with real paint on that day, I encourage it. I have no idea what I'm going to be painting yet. We'll figure it out when we get there. I'm probably going to ask my mom if I can borrow her watercolors. Because I only have a couple of craft acrylics in a drawer, and I do not know if they are going to be suitable for anything, especially considering that I also don't have appropriate brushes. Actually, I think the only brushes I've got... Yeah, the only brush I've got is the brush that I use for cleaning my keyboard. So that ain't gonna fly. That is not gonna fly. I'm definitely gonna need to borrow gear. So I will see if I've got paper stashed that's going to be usable. Or if not, I will acquire a piece of paper. A piece of watercolor paper somewhere in the run of the week. So I look forward to that. Woohoo! Fun times. We are finally past the halfway mark. I'm very grateful for that. It means we're on home straight now. It means we're on home straight and we're finally closer to the goal than we are far away from it, and I'm very, 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 very grateful for that. So thank you guys for all of the support. It really means the world to me. It really, 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 really means the world to me. So, yes. Big, 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 big thank yous. Yes. Yes, yes. That being said, we are going to be doing some new stuff today. So we're going to be starting a new commission that came in. And that's another kind of support which I'm infinitely grateful for, because that just keeps the home fires burning in the meantime. So I appreciate everyone who is continuing to send commissions through even during the Donathon. It really, really, really all helps a lot. So yes, I only have a huge collection of words of thank yous. But yes, we are going to be starting the new commission. We're going to be doing an outfit design for Zany. And we got a really, really good collection of references and a nice descriptive outline. I'm feeling a little bit slow between the ears today, but I want to take my time to make sure that I have read through everything properly, like 5 times at least. I already did while I was busy throwing all of the references onto a single page, so that the scrambled eggs between my ears would actually kind of half make sense. But I don't think one can overread the brief unless you start reading it wrong. So we are going to have that on screen quite a couple of times as we go through today. First things first, though, is going to be drawing at base. So, first things first, let's dive into that. And just so that you know, we have in fact checked off the £800 mark. So we're getting there. We're getting there. Oh, also, fun fact for the next goal. Since playing Peak with Citrina, I have not played Peak again. At all. So, second time going in, literally half blind. And with only a roughly functional eye. It's gonna be wild. It's gonna be wild. So, if you want to see me struggle, then please help me get to 900. Alright. But that aside, let us dive right into making stuff. So first things first, what I want to do is I want to hide the crop mark and default border, because I am not going to use them. And let us grab an appropriate sounds like you'll be peeking for sure. Yeah, one way or another, I'm definitely going to fall off a couple of things. I'm certain of it. We'll see how it goes. But yes, it's gonna be fun in a wild, wild way. So, I think first things first, let's quickly just assemble a base. So, let me just get my references all the way over to this side. And I just want to doubly check. Okay. There is another piece of information that I still need to grab off of the brief. There's another piece of information I need to grab off of the brief, which is missing here. Grab screenshot. Okay, come over here and paste. Okay. So I'm gonna iterate straight onto a body base. Gotcha. Let me just put this on this screen so that I'm not confuzzled. And let's go. Like that. Okay. Get a foundation in place. Let me just measure. Yeah, that works. And scale. There we go. Shin is going to be the coffers on the outside, lower and higher on the outside. Roughly like that. Grab this slot and slightly rotate it for the weight. I want the head to sit directly in between this for a nice, solid, secure stance. There we go. This is just such a useful default pose for iterating on, which is why you see me use it so often in this step of the process. It's a winning recipe for working with character design, so I don't see any reason particularly to change it. Or at least for outfit designs. If it's not broken, useful. Exactly. Exactly. It doesn't quite work for someone like Dari, with his forearms. Not his forearms as in lower, everything below the elbow. I mean forearms as in there are 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. That in that case, this pose doesn't work too great. But yes, his 4 forearms. And everything in between. In his particular case, this pose does not quite 100% work, but for every other approximate humanoid, just about, at least as a starting point, this mostly works. And yeah, it's very useful until you run into non-standard character design. Yeah. In which case, you take the anatomy that you've got and deal with it as you need for that particular character. So... amazing how much assumes a basic human form with standard amount of arms and legs. I know, right? Although I can use something approximately similar to this for also probably any kind of Taurian species as well, now that I think about it. I mean... centaurs, predators, geckos... yeah, you could probably get away with something similar. Naga as well. You could also get away with Naga using a similar sort of pose. And they don't have any legs. They've got 2 arms but no legs. Meh, you can get away with. There's options. There's options. Would maybe perhaps not work with a decapedal cephalopod sort of character, but you know what? You take it as it comes. You take it as it comes. Okay, I think as far as base construction, that should be okay. Okay. Very true. I guess once you get to cephalopod and cephalothorax types, then it gets screwy. Yeah. Yeah. It all depends on what parts are less than human in appearance, really. But yeah. Reference sheeting is therefore in its own way its own beast. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this basic sketch and I'm going to duplicate it. And then we're going to go over here, transform, flip horizontal. Okay. Okay. There we go. Ria, would you say your crushes have always been decidedly male? I haven't had many crushes before, but yes, they've all been male. I don't crush easily. But welcome in. Hi! And that'll do, that'll do. Decided to throw you for a loop with that one. That was a random question, but, you know what? I've been asked weirder things. I can't think of them right now, but, I have been asked some pretty weird questions. But that's a hydrate, so everyone. Acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Let me just get that all shook up. There we go. There we go. There we go, there we go. It's actually a bit of a meme. Would you like the context? Really? I'm slightly scared to find the context of that one, I will be honest. Okay, so that's a good foundation. It's a Magic the Gathering lore. Oh, okay. That explains why I'm very, very much not familiar with it. I know that Magic the Gathering exists and that it's a tactical card game, but that's about where it ends. My familiarity with that entire thing. I'm not gonna bother with facial details too much at this point. Tactical card game, yeah. Why do you say that like I have completely got it wholly off of the mark? Because if I have got it wholly off the mark, I would appreciate being enlightened as to what MTG actually is then. If I've got it that wrong. That sounds like the most comprehensive description of MTG. I've got to start using it. TCG also always stood for trading card game. Oh. And if it annoys MTG players even better. Oh no! Oh no! Wait, so is it a tactical or is it a trading? I don't know. Is it more strategy or is it more when it gets the loot? I don't know. I don't really... I've never really played these sorts of games, so I'm not familiar really with the culture behind the player base. Okay, nearly there on the base. There's not much these days in terms of actual trading with other players. You usually would just buy from stores whatever cards you need for decks. Gameplay-wise, it is tactical, so you're right in that sense. Okay. That's a nice strong back. Thank you. We're almost done putting this base down to actually start the job. The character is a swordsman, so some level of physical aptitude is necessary. Yes, Calyx. When you did your sketch around the kneecaps, what are you actually denoting there? So, on this side, I was basically just putting a small little half circle on the bottom side of the knee, basically just to give an idea of, okay, whereabout would the knee sit in terms of the bottom of the kneecap. Basically where the shin goes into the socket. And on the back, that's basically the little fold in the back corner of the knee. That's about it. My lines are just squiggly because I was going fast. And I was trying to figure out the exact height that I wanted them at. Like, for example, I think I did this line first, and I figured, oh no, wait, that's a little too high up, so I went this one. Okay, I'm missing a hand. I got confused with the 3 squiggly lines in the area. Yeah. That's the thing with sketches. There's so much information that's kind of changing your mind and all of that in the same place. For a sketch to be interpreted, it needs to generally be made a little bit more obvious exactly what is going on. Which is why what I've done with the base is what I would generally call a clean sketch, because I've gotten rid of all of the construction bump, but it's definitely by no means final inks. Exaggeration? Potentially. I don't need to put more landmarks than that, I don't think. Although I do need to just denote where exactly that ends, so that I don't get lost later. Okay. Save. This is the iterations file, yes. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take a pale grey, like 75% should do the trick, yeah? Grab everything outside. No, I wanted to have clear. Apply to connected pixels only. Now select outside. There we go. Expand by 1. Invert and fill. Okay. Starting with something that's good enough. Basics is one of the most important things ever. I even do it in coding. Yeah, I mean, if it's good enough to at least mostly functionally work, you can always pick it up and refine later. Mole raid? Mole raid? Gasp! Hello, Josh. Welcome. How are you doing? I'm doing well, Josh, thank you! Katalo, hello, hello! Aspect, welcome in! Greetings, greetings, moles, welcome in! Hello! Hello! I don't know if Tabby is here yet, but hi, Tabby! Thank you for the raid! I appreciate it! Greetings, everyone. Hi, my name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. Hello, how's it going? It is going well, Tabby. Thank you so much for the raid. Greetings, greetings, greetings. It is going well. It's going well. We have just started a new character design commission, or outfit design commission, rather. We've literally just started it today, and I am very, very grateful to have you guys here. How was stream? How was your stream, Tabby? Kate Theo, Mulraid, hello! Welcome in. It was very fun. Awesome, awesome. What were you up to? She poked the mons real good. Ah! Your character sheets are so good. Ah, thank you! YouTube doesn't know what a minute is. Ah, okay, you played Pokemon. Okay. Okay. I hope you had fun. Which Pokemon game are you playing? I unfortunately haven't had really the chance to play Pokemon, so I'm not 100% familiar with them all. Emerald. Ooh. From what I've heard other people saying, a lot of people enjoy Emerald, so... Nice! Maybe one day I'll get to play, I don't know. But not in the immediate or foreseeable future. Okay, so, before I get into that, I first need to do... They are good games? What kind of games do you like? Ooh, it's one of the best of the early ones. Oh, okay. Noted. Noted. As for what kind of games I like, I very, very seldom actually get into games. I think the one game that I keep coming back to, despite everything else, is actually Final Fantasy XIV. But beside that, I try a couple of games, but I don't really have sticking power with them. I don't know if I have a kind of game, per se. Emerald is for the oldies? Ah, I see. Hey, age does not necessarily mean, that... watch it. Old Pokemon games are best, but I feel like most people don't have the attention span nowadays. Oh, sometimes games just don't stick. Yeah. Yeah, I think what happens is that I get busy, and I can usually only maybe play once a week, maybe. Usually maybe once in 3 months. This Donathon has been weird that I'm currently doing. This Donathon has been weird. I've been playing a lot more games in the Donathon than I usually do. But yeah, I usually don't actually get make time. It's not that I don't get time. I don't make time to play games. I'm usually busy making stuff. So, it'll take you years to finish Pokemon. Okay, good to know. Good to know. So it is a time investment not unlike One Piece. Getting into it is something you need to make the decided decision, okay, I am going to get into this thing now. Otherwise you must just pick a good starting point and hope for it. Another window on the side playing Subway Surfers. Oh dear. Oh, let me just not have that capsed. Now what I need to do is go here. Because we're doing the iterations at the moment, I want to go change canvas size, and I want to basically make this triple. There we go. Tabby has been doing alright with 4 streams and about 3 gyms in. I don't know how many gyms are in a typical Pokemon game, but I do know that they're basically the areas, if I'm not mistaken. Or there's a gym in each geographical region, usually, if I'm not mistaken. Based off of what, once again, I've gleaned from other people. 8 gyms each game. Oh, okay. 8 gyms in the game. Okay, well, to get 3 gyms, to get almost halfway through in 4 streams, that doesn't sound too shabby. That does not sound too shabby at all. If each of those is basically its own sort of a challenge arena, then that actually does not sound bad at all. with its own story content associated. I do the stream for company too. Ah. Okay, almost have my iteration spots mapped. Okay. So, with this one, this is a little bit of a multifaceted commission that I'm currently got to deal with, because we have... Let me just collapse this slightly, if I can just get the arrows to move the way I want them to. It's not bad if you're considering the yapping time. Yeah, no, it's actually not bad at all. It's not bad at all. I mean, what's an average tabby stream duration? I don't think I've paid attention to the average stream duration. Definitely not less than 2 hours, I don't think, right? 2 to 3 hours? Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. If I'm going to be generous and assume that 3 is probably closer to the average, because in that case then, yikes, you've really been blasting through that. Wow. Right. My brain is a bag of cats at the moment. Sorry, guys. My brain is a total bag of cats. Let me think. It would maybe help if I was here instead, because at the moment, too many words are not helping me. There we go. I think she has like 11 hours in game. Okay. Yeah, no, to then get... Yeah, that sounds reasonable. That sounds decent. Because I know with a lot of the older games, they didn't have as much playtime bloat as a lot of newer titles do as well. Okay, let me just make folders for each of these. Put this in a group, call this one V1. Put this in a group, call it V2. Put this in a group. Call it V3. There we go. That sounds right. I think last time I played a Pokemon game, it took about 20 hours, but it was doing a weird challenge run. Oh. Ooh. Yeah, a lot of the newer games, I've heard, have a lot of playtime load. Especially from the big franchises. I'm not necessarily saying specifically Pokemon games. I'm talking games in general. I only know gamers. I don't actually actively play all of these myself, so I have no idea if I'm talking nonsense. Let's go put this on, I think, like 20. There we go. It's fine, there are a lot of things they add to the new games to stretch the playtime. Okay, if it's making in value add, then I guess it's fine that they are expanding the playtime, but Also considering how much they charge for games. Oh my word. I understand why they're expensive, because an awful lot of work goes into them. But yikes, it's scary sometimes. Yeah, I can see why they'd want to squeeze as much playtime into the value set that they're charging for as possible. Okay, so I need to open the other reference file. Open. Just in case. Come over here. This one. We're referring to this shirt. Yeah, we're referring to this shirt. Okay. So... okay. I would like to say that, yeah, the amount of work needed to make a game would... but all the bugs, I know it's hard, but I can't ever fix them. It's difficult to say. It's difficult to say. I can't... imagine what it's like being in a game production studio, especially a big one. But I imagine they have probably got crazy overhead costs. So it's very, very likely that in the interest of having the next thing to put out on the market, the amount of staff allocated to older projects gets immediately reduced, especially considering that if you look at the gaming news, usually not long after a big release there's usually a mass layoff at a studio, which is terrible, terrible, terrible trend. But it's unfortunately the nature of project work. So you'll finish a thing, theoretically, then get rid of half of your staff, or sometimes even more than half of your staff. With no promise of them ever being rehired, you know, for the next project. And then you have a skeleton crew of people who maybe half know what's going on. And that makes things tricksy. It makes things tricksy. Let's see. I think what I'm going to need to do is, instead of having this as version 1, 2, 3, I'm going to need to have these as different layers. Different layer sets. And then iterate off of the layer sets. So, instead of calling this V1, it's going to be... inner, mid, and outer. Okay. Good luck with work. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I am trying to figure out exactly how I'm going to do this. Pants are overall the same as the present outfit. Okay, what's the present outfit like again on the pants? Pretty much exactly the same. Okay, those are pretty basic. Those are pretty basic. Boots rise to middle of the shin and do not have a folded cut. So mid shin. There. So we're just getting the basic rules of the brief in place, and then after we've got basic rules, then we can iterate with details. But that's a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. That was a little bit enthusiastic. I'm okay. Enthusiastic hydration. Good, yeah. Okay. Then, boots. We're just gonna put a basic boot on top of this. I wonder, is Amy here at the moment? I don't know. Okay. So, come over here, add a note. Where's my writing marker? Over here. Excuse my drunken crab handwriting. Okay, notes. I've seen drunken crabs. The delay was just a little bit wild on that brush this time around. Okay. So as far as the foundation goes, that works there. Just want to doubly check. That does not look like there was really much of a collar. No, there was in fact no collar on this shirt. Okay. So as far as an innermost layer goes, that looks like a good foundation, off of which we'll actually be able to design anything. So let me just match this to the back, and then know what? I'm going to get rid of those two for now. Okay. And inks and fill. Let's just apply this here as well. This is just structural work. For a start. It's not going to be that tight. There we go. Okay. Get rid of that. That does not look right. Close enough. Okay, so as an undesigned foundation, that works. Grab our full color again. Grab outside. Expand by 1 pixel, invert and fill. There we go. So that's our inner foundation. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate. No. Once again, the issue of duplicate and delete being right next to each other. Ugh. Clear it. Main. There we go. Okay. So now on top of this is going to live a gambeson. Okay, so by trail he means basically a tacit skirt type thing. Okay, so that is a distinctly different sort of lock. Not a standard gambeson by any measure of the imagination. Group. Make this 20 temporarily. Okay, so, our gambeson. We're gonna look at first things first. Gambeson does not go past the elbow, so first things first, we're gonna have that. This is gonna get quite bulky quite quickly. Because this is thick padded fabric, it's not going to crinkle much at all. I'm not sure if I'm reading that right. Let me just double check. Yeah. Left. Wait. No, that's starboard side. That's starboard side. That's not character left. Wait, does he mean character left or does he mean starboard? Or does he mean viewer left? Left side of the neck. Probably means character left, which means port side. So a combination of a gambeson, creases, and chaps. Alright. Let's put these in place first then. How they attach to the belt is going to not be visible. Let's see, this is then gonna probably... what's the state with the knee guards? Separate slot for the knee guards as well. There we go. Alright, one will need to be careful with this middle layer. Because at the moment this is very much leaning wholly into the functional and not at all into form. So once we've got form in place, then we are going to pull out our editing pens and start deciding, okay, now that we've got the shape, now let's make it actually look like something. The non-negotiables in terms of form need to be determined first. because this is definitely a little bit more than what one is used to seeing on the average casual adventurer. At least in terms of fiction these days. This needs to come up. Now let me think. What does this say again? Two straps above the shoulder, so I have this form wrong already. Okay, let's see, now, the one thing I'm concerned about with this is unless the outer leg slots need to be basically at the calf, I think, because otherwise thinking about how this is actually going to get put on, you can't very well thread and strap on your greaves if there's not a place for the buckles to come out so that you can actually access them. So you need some space on the side of the leg where you can actually access the strap. Okay. Once again, this is completely without any attention to looks. I'm just going to grab everything outside, which in this case includes these bits basically in their entirety. But first I need to redo this because I somehow got it completely horribly wrong. Okay, grab outside. Grab there, grab there, grab there. Grab that. Grab that. Expand, okay. Invert selection. Fill. On the actual full layer, please and thank you. Okay. Alright. Duplicate that. Drop that in there. And clear. And then this one is going to get named outer. Okay. Which means this is already wrong. 2 halves split down the middle. And then, yeah, so that needs to, instead of being 2, it needs to be 4. And the same is going to have to go for that fire here as well. But the knee strap is going to have to be external because otherwise it's going to limit the actual range of motion of the knee. Okay, so outer layer. Outer layer. And that is a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. There we go. There we go. Okay. So on this side, we're also going to have the greave come out only to approximately there visibly. And then straps. And then we're going to need to have a connection here. I will refine this shape-wise when we get to taking form or taking the function part of this entire mess and start applying some actual thought to design once I've got enough of this information down that I can duplicate this into 3 iterations and then start editing. I'm gonna need a 4th layer for the overcoat because this is still only getting us to armor. This is still only getting us to armor. This is gonna need a 4th layer. Okay. Krahazik, hello, hello, welcome in. We are doing a little bit of armor design today. How goes? Zany's only got a few layers of stuff. Yeah, just a few. Like on a practical level, I can understand this number of layers for what kind of gear he'd actually need given the context in which this is applicable. But yeah. Let's put it this way. I would not want to wear this at a latitude anything less than 40 degrees from the equator. And doubly so not in the summer. Actually. Let's think very, very carefully here. This is serious. I am not going to be at home for a couple of weeks here. Adventuring season is mid-September to late to May or early June in the Northern Hemisphere. Runs right through the holiday season. Ah! What is the holiday season if not one great adventure? Okay, so that is basically... Okay, so the tacit goods basically just locked straight out of those. So let's have a look at the harness information that I've got for the slot. Okay. And in terms of our okay. And trooper usually involves far less actual dungeons. Ah. Well, I suppose depending on how wild you get at your parties, you could end up in a dungeon if you're imaginative enough. You could very much end up in a dungeon if you're too wild at parties. Dungeon, prison, same story. Much. The definition is a little bit fuzzy. Don't do the stupid. True. Party wildness chart goes from dumpster to jail to federal penitentiary to legit medieval dungeon. And then once you've gone past legit medieval dungeon, then you get to sci-fi dungeon. And when you've hit sci-fi dungeon, then you know you are so deep in it. Then you know you've partied way too hard when you've hit the sci-fi level dungeon. Okay, so rather than starting at the breastplate, I'm going to start at the pauldron. This... clear this, because otherwise I'm going to be upset with myself later. Wake up shirtless in a stolen flying saucer with space cops and your tail something to only experience once. Yep. That sounds like something straight out of Hitchhikers, maybe. Okay, so then, if this is going to be an armadillo plate scenario, do the pauldrons exist on both sides or just on the one? I need to check that. Armor plates. Use the same braces as present day design. Okay. Only the one pauldron. Okay, only the one pauldron. Let's see, same as this. I'm just going to speed run that section. Okay, almost got it, almost got it. Okay, almost there. I'm just speed running the parts that are the same. Let's think, let's think. You know what? Let's see this strap there. Back of the leg is a major weakness. Okay. Does it say anything about sabatons? Does it say anything at all about sabatons? Or are we just gonna throw in a single plate over the boot? I think I'm gonna throw a sabaton over the boot. Feels like it needs one. Okay. This is starting to get all of the layers that we need in place. Now we need to get, to fit our briefing, some belts. For pouches and the harnesses, etc. So let's look at the harnesses first, because they're the thing that are going to be most important. The harnesses and the knapsack kind of go together. And I still need to account for how this breastplate actually attaches to our gambeson. Let's think. The back hip scabbard harness is longer for a longer scabbard or sword. Please. Wait, do we even know how... Do we know how tall Zane is? Do we know how tall Zane is? Because when it comes to a matter of scaling the weapons, that's going to be an issue. Because he carries one of these things, which is... What's it called again? What's it called? Montante. So, the Montante is a little bit daintier than his Zweihander. And I need to just make sure that I scale that appropriately, and therefore I need to make sure that close but smaller. Yeah. It's basically the Spanish bodyguard's equivalent. Something slightly more compact, but still absolutely not something you want to mess with. I know that a Zweihander is usually about person height. It needs to maybe be probably about the floor to his ear height, maybe? Proportionally. And traditionally, these were pretty much carried over the shoulder. Historically, they were pretty much carried over the shoulder because you can't really sheath this on your person. It's very much a you carry it on its own type thing. First line of defense. I think Danny's around 6 foot to 6'2". I recall hearing his height and thinking, oh, he's barely shorter than Corpse. Okay. And that data got stuck in my brain. Ah, I see. So 6 foot is approximately, if I'm not mistaken, if the number of times I've done this conversion is accurate, then 6 foot is around about 180, I think. 180-ish. Foot to centimeter. 6. Yeah, 182. Okay. Okay. Next thing to search. Montante length. $150 to $185. I think for the sake of practicality, this is then going to lean closer to the 150 than to the 185. But I'm going to make a note. So let's come to our notes. Let's grab our color. Wrong pen. Okay. Put my color history. Okay. So there is a knapsack. There is a... The lower back is probably going to carry... It's got such a wild array of weapons, actually. So... My tablet keeps crawling away from me because the book keeps sliding on my desk. Okay. So with that being the case, the next thing we're gonna need is gonna be a back scabbard belt. And that's a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. And let's grab a sip. Then, that's gonna be probably the rapier and the... No. The back scabbards don't make sense, though. Oh. It would make sense if we were dealing with maybe, a short machete. It would make sense if we were dealing with a short machete, maybe, to have a back scabbard. But with the array of weapons that we're dealing with here, not very few of these are actually conducive to a low back draw, by my reckoning. Like, the rapier absolutely has to be on a side draw scabbard, because otherwise you're going to have a hard time finding your grip if the bow of the scabbard, if the handguard part is for some obscure reason pointing in the wrong direction. Although, if you are placing it, firstly, the scabbard is not a round tube, so it's not going to flop around in the scabbard, so it's going to be fine on that front. But if you are placing that, what's the sort of angle you're looking at? It would need to be a really, really, really short rapier. Because you need to be able to tilt the tip into the scabbard, which is on a slit, and the handguard is going to point down, because that's where your knuckle is going to be when you're busy putting that away. Which in a sense makes logical sense. Yes, fine, fair. The handguard is going to point down by nature of how your hand is shaped as you slot something towards your back in a back scabbard. And we're going to have the same issue with the family heirloom, the family relic, which has also got a closed handguard. What's our armaments? It is This is not conducive to the current issue, but a silly character concept. Swordsman with a ton of weapons, the scabbards detach from the belt. Then you flick them off instead of drawing them out normally. I mean, in that situation, you can literally use your scabbards as projectiles, which is definitely an interesting way of surprising your opponent. I can roll with that. Like, imagine instead of having, like, normal scabbard attachments, you've got, really, really potent magnets. Or maybe even electromagnets. Depending on how, depending on the setting, you could get away with that too. Actually have a magnetic attachment from your scabbard onto your holster system. And then you actually, first attack is just fling the scabbard at people. Yeah, fight choreography and the like gets interesting fast. Oh yeah, very much so. Like, I can imagine with either telepathy, magic, or homing anti-gravity tech, something like that could really make very, very interesting combat styles. So, both magic and science fiction type swordsmen can benefit from that kind of build. Definitely a good idea. Definitely an interesting idea. Very, very, very interesting idea. Okay, Everyone's got a plan until they take a scabbard to the face. Yep. Yep. Like... oh, I can hear the dialogue line now. The sci-fi saloon, maybe, or whatever saloon, and someone pulls out a gun and says, "Hey boy, you bringing a knife to a gunfight?" And then they just get bonked in the face with a scabbard and says, "Well, I can take a scabbard to a gunfight too, and guess who won?" It would also be very funny in combination with someone who has actually got that wholly unplanned, but it just kind of happens because they're hopelessly clumsy. They don't win their fights by skill, they win it entirely by accident because things keep going wrong in their vicinity. It's like... no skill, just flailing. Also fun. Also fun. More predictable, but also fun. But okay. So I need to make a note here regarding weapon length. Length use case. Draw order. And I don't know if I'm spelling this right at the moment. I don't know if it's 2 S's or 1 S on accessibility. But okay. Save button on the refs for a second. So I'm going to hold on the back scabbard. But what would work here, in the absence of the back scabbard, is another emergency pouch. What's the note on the knapsack? Okay, flask will probably be on this side. Potions are probably going to fall like that. Something like that-ish. Okay, let me think. We need to consider You see, half of my problem at the moment, and I think I need to actually ask this question more directly, is that I have a half an understanding of sort of the context of this outfit based on what I'm seeing in the gear list. But what I don't have is the actual definition of the context of this outfit. Now, when one has the context, one can infer additional details like what sort of gear has to be kept in the knapsack. Is there going to necessarily be what sort of stuff in all of the pouches? How big do the pouches need to be? Are we in out in the wild adventuring context, in which case what sort of weather scenario are we dealing with? What sort of durations are we talking about being out in the open for? Is this more of an urban situation, or is it just a day trip patrolling around a manor territory type of thing? That context is all currently absent, and I think that it is what is currently making this slightly challenging. So what I need to do is I need to actually type up a whole list of questions to go into this contextually, because once I've got context, from there I can infer additional information which will help to determine if this gear set is actually just a matter of tweaking the fit so that all of the parts that are listed are functionally accessible, or is it going to be a case of potentially affecting lore in terms of what the carry set, what the carried gear is, how it actually is functionally accessed, and all of those things. So This is why character design and writing go very, 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 very much hand in hand, because you can have a picture in your head, but as soon as you start assembling it, you might need to start tweaking things. And at the moment, as soon as we've got the knapsack in place, anything that's got a back scabbard situation immediately becomes very, very awkward, because a knapsack that's worth its salt in terms of carrying volume for a day trip or longer will immediately, firstly, completely restrict your maneuverability in a combat scenario, because all of a sudden your arms can hardly get behind your shoulders, and it actually restricts your shoulder movement backwards. So if you've got a knapsack, it has to have something on the front that you can use as a quick release. It's going to need some sort of quick release mechanism on the front. Let me just put that over here and come to our notes over here. Where's the picture of the knapsack? Where's the picture of the knapsack? Okay. Because this sort of a back holster, while aesthetically pleasing, it assumes that you don't need to carry anything on your back. Very much so. And as soon as you try and spread that outwards, all of a sudden you've got to reach to the opposite side to be able to get to whatever is in that holster. Which means it has to actually, instead of being low, you need something that sits with the actual hilt and crossguard really, really high up. You need that to practically be at literally the top of your shoulder height to actually be able to grab that and get that marginally out. And then it still needs to be able to pivot. It still needs to be able to pivot in order to actually get the tip of your weapon out of there. So it's a lot of interesting mechanics to go on. The lower back holster makes more ergonomic sense, especially for your single-edged weapons, of which there is only one. But with everything else that's going on in terms of, once again, the knapsack and potentially clutter in terms of pouches and things, also I've got some concerns regarding how the whole storage works. So before I go any further with this, I need to actually ask a whole bunch of questions. So, let me go and write a very, very long message. Alternatively, next time we work on this, if he's available, I'm going to actually ask Zany to be on call with us so that we can actually go through these things as we think of them and actually work this out. Let me see. Can I actually... The typical adventuring attire is designed to look cool and annoy anyone with passing knowledge of a sword. Yes. I can wholly believe and understand this. Have I got Zany on Discord? I should maybe via Mist Haven? People? Oh, yeah. Message. Okay. Alright. Alright. Zany got started on your character design, but hit a couple of logistical brick walls regarding belts, holsters, knapsacks, accessibility, and general real estate on the back. If possible, are you available to join me on stream sometime next week so we can talk through all of these and troubleshoot a solution that would work for you live? If you are not comfy talking on stream, we can also arrange an offline call. Please let me know. And okay. I have a lot of questions and want to make sure we don't misunderstand each other through text. Send. Okay. So, I am gonna put a pin in this entire lot. And instead of working on this, Zany also was the first person, and to date the only person, who donated enough in one bump to qualify for the surprise outfit. Which is separate from this commission. So, I'm gonna do that instead. Considering we're working on Zany today and we've still got some time left on the clock for today, I'm gonna work on the surprise outfit for Zany instead. Because, otherwise, we are going to be waiting an awfully long wait. So, let me think. Where is this thing saved? This is going to be... Let me just open a folder. Yeah. Event. Turn this on. Reward outfits. Open. There we go. So, we've got a chibi base that we're going to work on. That I put together specifically for this. And because it's a surprise outfit, I am pretty much doing whatever I feel will look cool. So this is a Harrier style rule of cool, you get what you get type vibe. Sort of outfit. So we're gonna roll with that instead. Now, what I do want to just make certain of is, I've only got a half an idea of the actual context of Zane's Law, because I know it is pretty much a novel in progress. And I just want to actually do some quick poking around here real quick. Come over to this side. Okay. I'm not finding anything useful immediately. Let me see. Let me open up that. Very little information to go off of. Okay. Very little information to go off of. Is there anything over here? That is... No. Nope. So there is exactly nowhere where I can glean additional information on lore at the moment. Okay. But that's it. Hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. So I'm going to assume we are dealing. I'm going to assume we are dealing. You know what? At this point, I'm actually not comfy with this because I don't actually know what I'm doing. And I can feel the after effects of hitting those brick walls with the previous design making me doubt everything that I'm doing, and I don't like that when it comes to doing design work on other people. Because that is what leads to mediocrity. Is that wholehearted level of self-doubt. And I do not want to be mediocre when making stuff for other people. Because I do not want to do mediocre work for other people. So, let's think. I can either I can see that feeling awful. Yeah, it's like you have I'm just gonna close this as well, because we don't need it on screen. I'm actually gonna go to the chatting screen for a bit. I can, yeah, let's put it this way. When you are doing creative work, mental state is a very, very important thing to be careful about, right? Because the challenges you face, they are either the challenges that spur you forward, or the ones that you need to clear before you can. And when you are sitting with a challenge that you need to clear before you can move forward, trying to brute force it usually makes the hole deeper. It's like quicksand, right? It's horrible. And if you try to do a similar task, you're going to be not stuck stinking, but it's gonna stink, but you're gonna be stuck thinking about the task that you couldn't progress on. Or at least I know that's how I feel sometimes. And in those situations, it's a downward spiral of doubting and wanting to keep going back to the old thing and keep on hitting your head against that brick wall. And that is not productive, and it is also not encouraging. When you've got the kind of problems that you face, and they encourage you to try new things and experiment, and it's less of a quote-unquote problem and more of a challenge. Those you can work with. Those you can troubleshoot your way through. Those you can kind of, okay, you have a direction that you know, okay, this is the end point that I'm working towards. And with that in mind, you can find your footholds along the rough terrain that is the creative process. But when you don't know where you're going anywhere is going to get you to trip and fall and break your neck, right? And at that point, stopping and reassessing is probably a good idea, and that's where I'm currently at with Zany's outfit design. And the fact that I'm currently uncertain regarding a whole bunch of stuff that is law related. So last time when we were doing the outfit design for Zany's other character, Adeline, what happened there was that we had a very clear briefing and a very clear context. It was a ball gown for formal situations, right? So the context of it was very clear and straightforward, and it was just a matter of then stylistically picking something that would work. And you can do that in isolation with the rest of the lore, because in a formal ball scenario there is only so much one can do, and then based loosely off of the fact that we had a swords and dragons motif going in previous stuff. The only hint of modernity that I've seen is that in that very, very first illustration that I think, that first full color illustration I did for Zany, with the fellow with a gunblade and a suit. Thank you. Thank you. That was the only hint of modernity that I could pick up on, and that sparks a small bit of doubt in terms of the full context of the setting. And without a clear picture of the setting, finding things that work for the setting is slightly challenging. Because you can have certain things that completely subvert it as well. But then you need to have a very, very, very good explanation for why certain sort of things would be present in that place. Like, I'm gonna use Final Fantasy XIV for an example again, right? It is very much a thoroughly fantastical story, right? It is ether and magic and blah and blah and blah, monsters and etc etc etc. And the technological advancement level and aesthetics and so on, you can see in general it's at a certain point in time. It's at a certain developmental level. And then you have the Ghanaians and their advanced tech, which is explained by Magitech. There's a subversion taking you to a pseudo science fiction sort of aesthetic, but it works because magic color science or magic ether science or magic mana science or whatever you want to call it, whatever is applicable for that particular world build, right? Without understanding of the world build, knowing how you can safely subvert stuff is also challenging. Because it's all very well and good, you can do something that is completely off-center, but is it actually then going to be usable? Maybe not. And if I'm going to be doing something for someone, I want it to at least be usable, right? So, I do want to just get through a conversation with Zany regarding all of my 100 million questions before I pick up the return to the commissioned character design and return to the chibi design for his incentive reward, because otherwise I am not going to feel comfortable that I'm doing something that is actually going to be usable for him. He donated £200 to get that chibi. I want him to actually be able to use it. I do not want to give him something useless as a return gift for his contributions. That would not sit well by me at all. Knowing that the character Zany is in a piece of literature that is in production. I cannot feel comfy with that. So, yeah. It's a little bit of a challenge, but I think that maybe not being in too much of a hurry is also sometimes a good thing. You can't make good decisions based off of bad information. And currently my information is not complete. So, I am holding off on making decisions that are associated. If you've got bad information, you're going to make bad choices, right? And that is why in wars the world over, the people who have the best information sources came out with fewer scars. Not no losses, but definitely fewer scars. Whew. Anyway. I actually started out the stream a little bit tired now that I think about it. And I know why as well. Biology, yay. Being up to. But we forge on, we fight on. So we have two options for what we're going to do for the rest of the night. I can either send us all along to the next place, Or I can maybe switch to playing a game for a little bit. Because I do not have the capacity between the ears at the moment to do more creative work right now. What would you guys prefer? I can either run back to Eorzea for a little bit, or I'm not feeling like Unama Musume right now. I vote for whatever you find more restful. Let's see then. What will work? Okay. I'm feeling like maybe let's do a little bit of Final Fantasy. I'm feeling like a little bit of Final Fantasy. That way we at least get the most out of day 19 out of the stream, right? Let me just get it up and running. Let me do that, I think. Feel like playing a little bit of game right now is not a bad idea. We can at least make the most of our time, right? Okay, now it's gonna be just getting this thing set up again quickly. 1 moment, please. Do it. Just getting set up. And go. Okay. Are we getting there? Are we opening up? Are we? Okay. what I want to do here is I want to just... Okay. We're good. We're good. Oh, I think I need to switch my mouse around. I need to switch my mouse around. Whoopsie. I need to switch my mouse around. Why? Because my mouse is currently set to operate in my left hand, and that will not fly while playing game. Mouse settings. One day is one day I want to buy a toolbox. It is the next priority after the graphics tablet has been gotten and I've gotten a laptop that I can move my streaming software to. Those are the two big things. That need to happen first, but thereafter I am so going for a toolbox. Because this madness of switching my mouse between left and right hands depending on what I'm doing is wild. It is thoroughly insane. So let me just quickly stand up and reroute my cable because I do not use a Wi-Fi mouse because I don't believe in a Wi-Fi mouse. Why? I hold it for 2 weeks and the battery is gone. And if you need to plug it with a USB cable, if you charge it with USB cable, then you may as well have been using a wired mouse in any case. Right? Like, unless they come up with, like, an induction charging mouse pad or something, I'm not interested in a wireless mouse. Hey, if there's anyone in the tech sector, induction charging mouse pad and mouse, you're welcome. Or maybe, I don't know, use a mouse that is wireless and batteryless, kind of like how a graphics tablet works. You're welcome. Please make it happen. I don't know how to make the tech, but I can have the good idea maybe every once in a while. That was my good idea for this month. Alright, can you guys hear the game? It should be very quiet. Because the area we're in is presently a little bit quiet. What I do want to do, just very quickly, is make sure that we've not got double music. One from the game and one from... Okay. That should now be gone. Okay. My dad just delivered fresh coffee. Yay! So I think a sip of fresh coffee is in order while it's still toasty and can warm up my fingers, which are frozen to the bone. And then we're going to go and talk with Sylphs. Can you hear game now? Small. Okay. What I do want to do is there I try and reach for my mouse with my left hand after I just switched it to right-handed. This is why things are completely wild. Let's just check. I'm just going to reduce my volume on my side a little bit because otherwise this is either going to go really well or really badly. let's go with 42, the answer to life, the universe, and everything. How is the balance now? Can you hear the background music okay? Now, one last thing that I want to go to is OBS. Now I want to just take that down to -10. It's good. Okay. And I'm going to apply that there. And hopefully it should be okay the whole way through. Considering that at the moment there is no music. Okay, but what does Emmeline have to say? Alright, I'm in Gridania, which means it's all the French-sounding names. Let's see if I can pronounce French-sounding words. Woohoo! Okay. It's good to see your knowledge of Sylphic culture has matured. I see no reason to delay your mission any further. Okay, so the mission that is in question is that we have heard of a small species of beast folk in the area called the Sylphs. And they are apparently very strange folk. Strange little folk. With very strange customs. And they have been on pretty good terms with the people of Gridania for a while. But there are stirrings regarding their primal. And we are going on a diplomatic venture to check that, hey, Sylphs, we all good? We all good? We're not about to go to war between you and us after we've had a peace treaty going for goodness alone knows how long, right? We're okay, right? So that's what we're gonna go do right now. So, upon your arrival at Little Solace, seek out a young sylph by the name of Kumoxio. He has served as an intermediary between our peoples on many an occasion, and has the close ear of his tribe's elder. I see that Hawthorne has furnished you with some of that malodorous root the sylphs so adore. I have something of a far greater import for you to deliver. A missive from the elder Seedseer herself. To summarize the letter's contents in brief, it vouches for the integrity of our envoy, that would be you, and restates that Gridania's desire to maintain a harmonious relationship with our long-standing friends of the forest. The war with Ixal has taken a toll on our resources. We can ill afford to get mired in another conflict. I need not impress upon you any further the importance of this mission. May the 12 see you return with good tidings. Okay. And it's raining. Oh, I should probably let people know that I've switched what I'm doing. I should probably let people know that I've switched what I'm doing. 1 second, please. 1 second, please, and then we'll step out into the rain. Maybe it'll stop raining by the time I've actually sent this thing out. 1 second, please. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. What's happening here? That I can close. That's ignorable, 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 ignorable. Ignorable, 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 ignorable. Goodness grief. Turn your phone over for like 3 hours, and all of a sudden you've got an inbox that will make any ardent soul weep. Okay, so you perished. What are you gonna say? Hit some brick walls. Switching to FFXIB for the rest of this evening. Select all, copy, post, and blue sky. Let me just get this little piece of admin out the way. Yeah. And then we'll resume momentarily. post. Having something that you can switch to should the coprolite hit the proverbial impeller is somewhat useful. And now we can call our chocobo. We can finally move with some speed. Because we finally got our chocobo at the end of the last session. Yay! And there's our little friend. There we go. Right, I knew I was supposed to do that first. First dance. Okay. This one would welcome walking one who moves like these ones. If walking one would talk to this one will answer. This one is a busy one, so walking one should speak with quick tongue. Okay. Kumoxio? Kamuxio. Okay. Walking one would bring gift to this one? Walking one is most kind. Let's give the letter and the milk root. Hand Ilva. Walking one brings milk root. Milk root fills this one with great joy. This one gives thanks. Many, many thanks. Walking one carries message for Elder One. This one will deliver the message to Elder One. Walking one should not worry. Ah. Hello there! We're envoys from Gridania, and we're here to treat with your people. Aye, we came to pay our respects to your elder, and learn from him more about your Lord Ramu. Who are these ones? These walking ones come from Gridania? And there's a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. There we go. Walking one became a dancing one and brought milk root, but walking one tricks this one. This one does not like tricks. This one will speak no more. Elder one is busy. Walking ones should go home. Go home, you say? But the selves of Little Solace have always welcomed Gridanian envoys with open wings. The letter carried by Raptor here is an oath of peace penned by the Elder Seedseer herself. Still, would you refuse us? This one's reasons are no business of walking ones. Elder has no words for Gridania. Walking ones waste everyone's time. Well, I never! Turned away at the gates! Whatever did we do to deserve such a rude welcome? Was Raptor's jig insufficiently jiggly? I'm as baffled as you, but something tells me recent events have our erstwhile fluttery friends feeling uncommonly wary. It would seem we've no choice but to ask around and see how we might earn their trust. You know, it might have something to do with the fact that you guys did not dance in greeting. Either. It might have something to do with that. You just kind of barreled in and then said, "Hi, we're here to talk business!" That's kind of not how it works, apparently. Ada has a notion of how one might earn the Sylph's trust. Okay. Say, Raptor, are you in the mood for dancing? That's right, dancing! You went through all that trouble to learn the Sylph's traditional greeting, but you've greeted hardly any of them. Why, if I were a Sylph, I'd be beside myself with delight to see an adventurer expressing an interest in my culture. Me? Of course I'd be happy to join. Ow. Ow. Oh, there's got those bloody leg cramps of mine acting up again. Uh-huh. Leg cramps. Yeah. With that, yeah? Maybe. Maybe. I think you're just lazy, but okay. Okay. So, we dance for the Sylphs. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Ooh, Walking One knows Jolly Dance. Jolly Dance fills this one with good cheer. Let these two be friends. Okay, where's the next one? Over here. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Walking One would be a friend to these ones. This one is overjoyed. But this one keeps the ways of weaving a secret. Even if Walking One learnt the secret, Walking One could not weave the same way. Okay, so apparently Amixia is weaving one. Okay. Ick. Come on. Okay, so it's right button, right button. Last one to talk to is all the way down there. All the way down there. Delexia. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Ah! Walking One is a friend to these ones. Friendly like gracious elder of one forest city. Knows how to dance into these ones' hearts. Okay. We managed to at least get the rest of the people to like us. Now, back to Ida. Raptor! Would you like to hear the good news? Or the better news? The good news is that your lovely dancing has brought smiles and high spirits to all of Little Solace. The better news? Why, I've thoroughly recovered from those accursed leg cramps. Onward to our next adventure! Yeah. She just doesn't like dancing. Peh. Papalimo has a notion of how you might endear yourself to the Sylph's Little Solace. Okay, what's he got? Raptor, as an adventurer, you're no stranger to helping distressed folk, I'd wager. Tales of good deeds are quick to spread. The adventurer who comes to the aid of the local populace can go from stranger to hero or knight. No doubt you see what I'm getting at. The Sylphs who make their home in Little Solace do so having been driven from their woodland home. Surely they have their fair share of troubles. Seek out the troubled Sylphs and see what might be done to ease their worries. A sound plan, would you not say? That said, the Sylphs are not known to share their worries with outsiders. You would be better off inquiring with Hera Imedia, one of the Gridanians who resides here. She is most likely to be privy to the Sylph's troubles. Okay. Oh, praise to the elementals! I cannot express how happy I am to see an adventurer with a truly gentle heart. The Sylphs of Little Solace are sorely in need of aid. Please hear me out. Being a temporary settlement, Little Solace wants for amenities, not least a stout set of defences. Consequently, beasts from moms around here are free to wander in and terrorise the helpless residents. Disease Gorlins and Gallgnats that roam these parts are especially troublesome, but slaying one of each should serve as a warning to the rest. Furthermore, perhaps you could gather 3 brownie bushes as well. They play an important role in Sylphic culture. I do not claim to know the details, and with that such feral beasts prowling the forests, they are not easily come by. When you're done with the deeds, seek out Kumuxio. He is slow to warm to outsiders, but your good intentions will not be lost on him. My own experience speaks to this. Okay. Let's start by... grabbing his is. There we go. Straightforward. Now what's right here? There's the brownie bush. Let's grab that. There's another one. And over here. Oh boy, that is a biggie. Do not get involved in that guy. Now, Gallgnat. Come here. Okay. I was completely messy there. It's fine. Gotcha. There's our tree. There we go. This is definitely faster than sprinting. Dancing One is still here? Dancing One can dance all night. This one's trust is not so easily earned. Dancing One brings brownie brushes for this one. This one can dye thread once more. This one is pleased. Dancing One kills bitey buzzy one. This one hates bitey buzzy ones. Dancing One is kind. Too kind. Many walking ones come to these one's abode, but few are friendly like Dancing One. Perhaps this one was wrong to not trust Dancing One after all. Alright, Kumuxio. Let's see what you've got to say for yourself now. This one asks Dancing One for forgiveness. These ones have many troubles since walking ones last came to our abode. This one must be careful. Always careful. But Dancing One is not like other walking ones. This one can trust Dancing One. This one would ask Dancing One for help. Strange walking ones with bodies of steel come to the home of these ones. This one thinks steel ones come from Empire. Where Empire goes, many living thing ones become dead ones. Trees fall and bushes burn. These ones' home is in danger. Danger! This one begs of Dancing One to help this one no more. Dancing One is friends with these ones and walking ones, yes? Dancing One must speak to these ones here and walking ones in Hut House and find out more. This one has bad feeling. This one fears steel ones are after something, but this one should speak no more. Go, Dancing One. This one depends on kindness of dancing one. Okay. Let's go here first. Shush! Shush! This one says, steel walking ones are scary, like touched ones. This one hates scary, and scary ones have scary friends. That's fair, that's fair. Strange steel walking ones? Yes, this one has steen. Steel walking ones carry big boxes. Maybe walking ones hunt for shiny treasure? This one likes treasure. Treasure might be a little bit of an optimistic idea. Let's see. Gotta go around. And dismount. Okay. Fearsome types, clad head to toe in steel, you say? Imperial soldiers, no doubt. I couldn't tell you what they're plotting, but I'm sure it's nothing good. Men clad in strange armor? Why, now that you mention it, I did see some suspicious types of late. They were gathering deep in the forest. I simply assumed they were adventurers. Really? Assumptions? You're a wood whaler, you're not supposed to make assumptions. You're supposed to check. This one is happy to see Dancing One return. What did Dancing One learn? This one sees steel walking ones come from Empire, carry boxes, and go walking deep through the trees. As this one thought, steel walking ones are up to nasty, no good things. This one knows forest well. Steel walking ones tried to hide, but this one will find them. This one would borrow Dancing One's map. This one makes mark. Right here. This is where steel ones hide. This one knows. Dancing will go and look for steel ones, yes? Okay. And dismount. Okay. Oh man. I am totally in the wrong place, but okay. Okay. There we go. Shouldn't be long. Couldn't see what I was doing. That's just was not used to this again already. There we go. There we go. And we go back. Nice and fast.
Dancing one is back. This one breathed a sigh of relief. This one was worried. Dancing one found something? Dancing one found paper inside a box. This is a message from Empire? This one can read Walking One's symbols. Message paper has names of food and rocks. Food and rocks were inside boxes, this one knows. But this one does not understand. Food and rocks mentioned all come from a home of these ones. How do Steel Walking Ones know how to find them? Is there Sneaky One hiding behind this one's wings? Snooping One selling secrets to Steel Walking Ones? This one fears for this one's home, but Dancing One has helped this one much today. Dancing One has promised to always be friend to these ones.
Okay. Let's see. Kamuxio is pining for a wayward friend, okay?
Helpful One arrives at good time. This one needs Helpful One's help. One of these ones named Claxio ventured outside Little Solace alone. Alone is unsafe. Helpful One must find Claxio. Claxio struck west after leaving the settlement. Hurry before Claxio ends up in the belly of a beastly one.
Yeah. We'll take a bit close.
What? Walking One wants this one to return to Little Solace? Don't make this one laugh. This one is weary of living with those who are not these ones. This one wants to be alone. These ones rely on Walking Ones for everything. No better than those ones that summoned the Primal One. Small wonder this one chose to leave. This one thought this a likely place to build a home, but then Meddling One once arrives. Forces this one to go deeper into the forest. Meddling One is forbidden from following this one. Away with Meddling One.
Boy. Claxio is gonna get himself in trouble.
What? Claxio refused to return to these ones and went deeper into the forest? But this one saw touched ones lurking in the forest. Helpful One must hurry and find Claxio. Helpful One should have searched for spools of thread on the forest floor. Those things will lead Helpful One to Claxio. But hurry before the touched one take Claxio away.
Let's go. Save the foolish young'un. There we go, we're almost there. And okay. Instance.
Middling One is back. This one told Middling One to be gone. Tell Komuxio that this one will never go back. Never!
Eh?
Touched ones? Touched ones should go away too. This one is good one. Everyone should just leave this one alone.
Kid, it doesn't work that way. Be on guard, Raptor. These sylphs have been tempered, brought under the thrall of the primal Ramu. Akin to the Amal Jah tempered by Ifrit, these sylphs exist only to serve their deity.
They'll not answer to words, only steal. I take no pleasure in this, but it must be done.
Yeah, all of that toe bouncing is probably where those leg cramps come from, huh? There we go. Going well so far. Alright. So far, so good. Come on. Here we go. Nearly through this, right? Surely. Ida is so far away. No, no, no. Look only at me, please and thank you. There we go. Wrong button, but it was fine. Surely it can't take much longer, right? There we go.
This one is safe? This one was so scared. Claxio, This one has been worried. So very worried. Is Claxio unharmed? Still in possession of wits?
Come, Moxio, and Meddling One as well. Why are these two here?
These two came to rescue Claxio. That Claxio is safe fills this one with joy.
Come, Moxio. Forgive this one. This one didn't mean to run away from Little Solace. This one was just afraid.
Oh.
These ones who live at Little Solace were changing, becoming friendly with the other ones. This one feared these ones were forgetting who these ones are, like Touched Ones did. But this one is wrong. This one can see that now. Meddling... helpful one. This one is grateful. This one will return to Little Solace to be with Camuxio and friendly ones.
Well, that should see to that. What say we return to Little Solace as well? I, for one, could do with a nice hot bath after that horrible year. And I can probably turn that off. No, I can't. Why? Because I'm still mounted. I need to turn that off before coming back out. Okay. And here we go.
This one thought Claxio was lost forever. Helpful one saved Claxio. Now these ones can be family again.
Aww. And there is a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. Oh. Well, there's still a ghost of some warmth left in this coffee.
Sad.
Alright.
This one has known many walking ones, even many kind walking ones, but Helpful One is kindest and strongest of all. Helpful One is a hero to these ones. Helpful One will bring these ones and walking ones closer together. This one knows. This one would take Helpful One to see Elder One. Woohoo! But Elder One is...
Ah, boy. Okay, Mount Speed and Lunacia. And Central Shroud, okay. Huh? Okay. That was a batch? What? So it looks like all of our starter zones are now slightly faster. Okay. Looks like the more time I spend in them, the faster I'll get, but okay.
This one must ask Kind One's forgiveness. This one made promise to take kind one to see elder one, yes? But this one cannot. This one cannot because elder one is not here. Elder one is not anywhere. Elder one went into forest yesterday, but has not come back. This one is worried. Elder one often goes into forest, but never for this long. Kind one will help find elder one, yes? Near where elder one disappeared is the home of a walking one named Buscaron. Buscaron may know what happened to elder one. This one would talk to Buscaron, but walking ones do not always trust these ones. This one would kind one talk to Buscaron for this one? And kind one comes from Gridania, yes? In Gridania live many kind ones, yes? This one begs of kind one, please go to Gridania and ask fellow kind ones for help. And please hurry. These ones are not safe until elder one returns.
Okay.
So, let's head back. And, sort that out. I think my game plan is going to be... to tank my way through the main story quests and get the biggest level gap I can between this and all of my starter levels, all of my starter classes, which are all basically a nil, considering that the only other class I've got at the moment is Lancer. And then I'm gonna get that experience boost as I go through those on side questing. Although I need to make use of my food, I keep forgetting about that. Let me just eat quickly. And let's see. Well, if it isn't our intrepid ambassador, how fare your diplomatic efforts with the Sylph tribes? Their elder's gone missing, you say? Why? If he were to end up in the hands of the tempered ones, we'd have a crisis on our hands. You can assure the Sylphs that my sharper-eyed serpents will be on the lookout night and day. No stone must be left unturned. I would ask you call upon Gaia Mulco at the Bent-Branched Meadows and to deliver a message that the Wood Whalers are needed in the search effort. Okay? Bent Branch. Okay. I'm just gonna use the gill. This is a free trial account, it's not as if I'm saving the gill for a house or something.
A message from Commander Hilwas, you say?
I can't pronounce. Bleh.
The Sylph Elder has vanished. Worry not, friend. The Wood Whalers have eyes under every leaf, behind every branch. If the Elder is anywhere in these forests, we shall find him.
Okay. Now. Where is this? Part of the map that I've not yet been to. Okay. So, Chocobo. And to the south we go. We're definitely noticeably faster. Definitely noticeably faster. And here, definitely noticeably slower. So that's where the mission is. But I'm just gonna first go and attune to Quarry more. And Camp Tranquil and then come back to the mission, I think. Otherwise, it's going to be a long slog later. Tune. There we go. Now I need to go hard to starboard to get through this section. Alright. Look at all of those marbles. Strobers. They look very similar. There we go. All the way up here, and tune. And let's talk to the Chocobo Keep just so that I don't have that exclamation mark that can confuse me. Later. Okay. And then we continue back north. Some of these trees are really huge and really broken. I'm gonna talk to this one as well, get the exclamation mark on. And now let's go talk to Buscaron. Well met, adventurer. We have the finest grog and grub in this side of... Eh? Not here to fill your belly, then? Ah, hunger for news, is it? Aye, there's been talk of a sylph lurking hereabouts, but I couldn't rightly say if it would be the Elder Sea you seek. Those woodland scamps all look alike. Short of painting one red and another blue, most folk would struggle to tell two of them apart. But if you've the time, mayhap you could stay a while and see what the gods have in store. You never know. You might even stumble across the sylph elder yourself. Okay. No word on the sylph elder yet, but I'm sure it's only a matter of time. In the meantime, how about doing a favour for old Buscaron in return? Right then, let's put you to work. There's a customer outside who's spoiling for a fight, and I need you to cool him off for me. No need to go cracking any skulls, though. Just take this tub of cold water and douse the drunkard. Tends to do the trick. My trade patrons can swill grog all night and carouse loud enough to wake the dead if they wish, but as soon as it turns violent, I've got to put my boot down. Okay. Items? Or what? Yush? Ugh! That's cold. What do you mean no fightin'? This Duskwhite scum was... Yeah, I know the rules. That bastard gets to keep his skin. For now. Yeesh. Talk about flinging slurs around. Nicely done, Raptor. I'll not have my patrons picking fights with each other, a bit of petty prejudice. In case you didn't see, the bloke who caught the brunt of that outburst is a Duskwhite Ellison. There are people who shun cities to live in the wilds, making them no better than brigands in the eyes of many. To be fair, the Duskwhites can be an unruly lot, but they ain't so bad once you get to know them. And it don't seem right to bar a whole race of people from the druthers for the misdeeds of a few. Oh, for the misdeeds, bleh. There should be at least one place where anyone willing to pay the coin can drink in peace is welcome, don't you think? Alright. I wonder how long it'll take me for the MSQ quest to catch up with my actual level. I wonder. I appreciate all the good you've done for our patrons. If you aren't disinclined, I have a favour of my own to ask you. There's a Kickern friend of mine, you see. Name of Tetaroon. Good lad. It was right after the calamity that I came across him fallen in the shroud. He nearly died in all the havoc. So I took him in and nursed him back to health as best I could. He worked here at my druthers for a spell after that. Got talking about striking out as an Azona did, and not long after that, cast his lot with a merchant bound for Lanosia. Well, it just so happens, I got to cleaning it around here and came across something of his. This scarlet earring. I know he was fond of the thing, but he must have forgotten it when he left. So I'd like to see that it gets back to him. Can't say for sure where he ended up, but he might be a friend of mine can. A Rogadan felon named Bane Singh. You can find him in Hawker's Alley and Limsa. He knows everything of the comings and goings of merchants there. Okay. Let's see. Couple of seconds left until it's probably going to cost more or less the same no matter which way I cut it. And one is just going to cost more time. You know what? I'm going to go return and then go via airship landing. I'm going to go via airship. Save what little gil I can. I'm not rolling in it that much that I can afford to spend willy-nilly, especially since I'm probably still going to need to spend some on gear in the relatively near future. $120 gil, yeah, that's a bit cheaper. That's a bit cheaper. There we go. That's the exit. That's the Etherite plasma. Oh, did that person even get up there? Okay. Zany, hello, hello, welcome in. How goes? How goes? Eek, I'm just gonna pause here for a sec. And stretch. Eek. Whew. Yeah, we were working on your character design a little bit earlier, but I hit some brick walls. I don't know if you've seen the message I sent on Discord yet. Let me check. Because why? I have not checked since sending it. Did him? Just woke up after a nice long sleep. So good so far. Okay. Okay. Yes, you did. 4:30 PM CST. Okay. I will have a look at the time that you've suggested here and see what matches, and then we can figure it out from there. I will send a reply to you after I've done the time zone math. I will figure it out after the time zone math. But thank you. Yeah, I've got a gazillion and 3 questions for you. I'm so sorry. in advance. But yeah. We are now just chilling a little bit because it is a little bit of a brain tired bit now. But yeah, we managed to get at least a foundation in place for a few things, but there are a couple of logistical things that are just not gelling before we can even start thinking about aesthetics. So, yeah. I was pretty much just trying to tick off the logistics of, okay, everything on the briefing, put that roughly in place in terms of shape and placement, and then after that we can take that function and put form to it. That was the plan. But let's see what Bainsing has to say. You found your way to Hawker's Alley, friend? A kickern that works at the Druthers? Aye, you speak of Tetaroon. Related to that Kyokaroon bloke just over there by some blood or another. The two of them put together and were making a good coin. But old Tetaroon up and left Limsa not long ago. Couldn't say as to why or where. You're bitten off asking Kyokaroon himself. He can be tight of lip though, I warn you. Best take this chicken egg with you. Little bastard loves the bloody things. Good to hear about old Busk though. Sounds as though he ain't changed a bit. Just like him to send a venture along. Too shy to come his own self. I'm mistalking with the bull. I understand? Okay. I appreciate it. I just want to make sure that I give you something that is good. So I don't want to blunder in blindly and then things don't work out and don't make sense. So yeah. Want to make sure that we have all the proverbial ducks in a row, yeah? But yeah, let's see. What does Kyokyorun have to say?
Customer welcome! Be welcome! Not customer. Not kind with custom? Kyokurun busy with business. Too busy for blather.
Too busy for fresh chicken egg?
Chicken egg! Kyokurun love chicken egg! Love chicken egg more than love customer. Wow!
Okay.
Looking for Tetaroon? Tetaroon no here no more. Tetaroon leave Limsa. Tetaroon go look for sparkles. Now working at a trading post. Good trading post. Forget where trading post is. Weinberg no Tetaroon. Weinberg no trading post. Weinberg at Fairy Docks. You go to Fairy Docks.
I appreciate that. Okay. I'm glad. As long as we're all on the same page, I'm happy.
Kyokurun forget things. Weinberg remember things. You talk to Weinberg, not Kyokurun.
I resonate with you there, Kyokurun. I also forget all of the things, especially logistic things like who's where when. Okay, so it's gonna be Fisherman's Guild. Tetaroon? Aye, I seen him. That is to say, I saw him. He was headed somewhere up north, by way of the ferry to Aleport. Might as well head there and see what you can suss out. The skipper here can take you there. When you arrive, I'd start by asking Adelfoot. He's an old hand what knows a great deal about a great many things. Okay, to Aleport. We are taking the longest detour.
It is okay.
Oldfoot. Let's see. Teteroon. Aye, I saw him. That is to say, I seen him. Really? He took himself north through Skull Valley into Oakwood. Was looking for a place run by his fellow Kickaroon. I reckon he meant the one right by the shore of Bronze Lake. Memoroon's trading post. Follow the road and you're sure to find it. Okay. So basically head straight north. We can do that. We can do that. I'm not being stupid, am I? It doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like I'm being completely stupid. That's fine. Okay, and there's our fellow.
Customer, be welcome! Not customer? Not come with custom? Bring something for Teteroon? Teteroon, forget this! Forget it, Druthers. Teteroon swore would never forget earring, but never forgot. Teteroon thank. Teteroon thank. Good Bascaron doing good. Good Bascaron good to Teteroon. Teteroon miss good Bascaron. Oh.
This is such a weird thing to have with the battle music in the background with the fate in the back. But anyway, there's a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Yeesh. I'm just gonna take that again. Is there anyone actually doing this? Out of sheer annoyance. For the battle music that's going to make voicing non-battle dialogue interesting. I'm just gonna do my bit to get rid of this crab. And I broke the combo. No! Almost there, right? While I'm somewhere here, let me just get these guys out of my hunting log. while I am here. One more. And there we go. Now, let's resume our conversation with Teteru.
Good Buscaron helped Teteroon. Teteroon dead without good Buscaron. Must give thankies. Many, many thankies. Teteroon make kicker and firewater for Buscaron. Buscaron love firewater. You help Teteroon make firewater? Need thingies to make. Need many, many thingies. Need curl pup whiskers. Need 3 good curl pup whiskers.
Okay. Interesting ingredient. Oh, and look, more things for the hunting log that I'll come and get on the way back. And there's a coal. Really? Then over there. Let's draw you out. Oh no, that was the wrong one. That was the wrong one. That was the wrong one, but okay. I specifically want pups. Okay. There we go. And that's enough of those. And we said we were going to stop by these lot and get them out of the hunting log while we were here, so let's just go right for it. Pull you out. There we go. Shouldn't take long for a third to spawn. Surely. Because I am not going into that burrow Or should I?
Should I? Eh.
The respawn rate on this is not bad. I should be able to get away with just holding station for a moment. A moment long enough to actually check what we're working on here. That was in fact not that. Oh, this is adder. It's adder. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, fine. Oh, I thought it was a tunnel, but it's not a tunnel. Okay. And now we go. Now we keep going. Back to Teteroon. Let's see.
Teteroon make firewater for Buscaroon. You bring thingies Teteroon need?
I don't know why you need whiskers, but okay.
You brought all the thingies. Teteroon make firewater now. Make good firewater for good Buscaroon. Teteroon start making firewater now. Good firewater take time, more good. You come back later.
Shortest later ever.
Teteroon make good firewater. Good firewater. You take to Buscaroon. Good firewater, good for good Buscaroon. Tell Buscaroon no drink now. Tell put away 1 year. 1 year make best flavor. Heh. Teteroon hopes Buscaroon happy. Teteroon gives Buscaroon thankies. Many thankies. You tell Buscaroon. Teteroon make big shop someday. Biggest shop in Eosia. Make many sparklies. All thanks to good Buscaroon.
Oh. Alright. Now there's a ferry here. Where does this ferry go? GG Runes Trading Post. I've been there before. Eh, it's only 40 gil. Let's figure out where it takes us. Oh, it's just on the other side of Bronze Lake. Let's check the map. Oh, but Camp Bronze Lake is right here. That we're going to attune to could, while we're here, let's do that, please and thank you. Where's the entrance? This way, I think. Oh boy, these roads need help. Or at least some weeding. Tune. There we go. Another place to chalk up on the map. Now back to the Black Shroud. I'm just gonna teleport this time direct. And then I'm gonna go on BRB for just a moment, and I will see you guys in just a tick. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Alright. Now. Back to the drubbers. Sure, let's do the thing. But first, let me get those back on. Because otherwise my fingers are gonna freeze. Is that a gate? Does not look like it. The exit is there. Wrong exit, probably, but okay. It's fine, we could just go around. Okay, almost back to the druthers. And let's see. Ah, you've returned. Thank you for seeing Teteroon's belongings to him. What's this? For me? Firewater. So he remembers my fondness for the drink, does he? Why, that'll... Oh, bloody hells, who's cutting onions back there? He says to shelve this for a year, does he? Aye, that sounds about right. I hate to have to wait, but I reckon it'll be worth it. This stuff has an aroma and a body unlike any other drink I know. It's gonna be a long year. What say you come back then, friend? We'll see if we can't make it through this bottle together. Oh, sentimental. I want to check. What was the character? No. Armory chest. Want to see. $15. I'm gonna grab those because that's gonna be useful for all of my classes. Okay, but now let's see what's going on. There was word while you were away. Sylphs were seen here in the wood, but near no lands of their own. No, this place was near to here. A place we've never known a sylph to come. Something must have given them cause to venture this far. More than like, the missing sylph elder is amongst them. Here, I've marked the tract where they were sighted on your map. Go see if there's anything to be seen. Okay. Wait. Eck. At the door. I can't see. I can't see anything, actually. Now, what's the route? It's gonna be north to south. Could not see that ditch. Okay. Let's have a look. Okay. Hello there, Imperial scum. I'm not gonna try and get close to you at this point. That was just easier. Nothing at that one. Nothing at that one. Let's see here. Nothing there. And last one is up this side, so I need to go around. Why do I get the feeling that I'm gonna have guests behind me for this one? Yep. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Okay. And back down this way. So that I can get through. Because there's only one land path through that section. So, was there aught to be found in the wood? What did you come to? Garleans? In this part of the Twelves Wood? First sylphs and now Garleans, and all in the same place. It cannot be mere coincidence. Might the Garleans be following the sylphs? Tracking them? Or giving chase, perhaps? But no, this is not this far into the forest. The Whalers' spires are everywhere. Imperials could never have stolen past them all. How in the bloody hells could they? Unless someone guided them through. Someone who knew there was spires stand and when the Whalers watch. A Gridanian traitor. Dun dun dun. There we go. Let's see. I'm glad you've come, friend. There's something I want to talk to you about. You know, I said I thought we might have a traitor in our midst? Someone is aiding the Garleans? Well, I'm thinking I may have identified our suspect. There's a regular of mine who used to dine on thin soup and sip his pint on account of not being able to afford another. But of late, he's taken to ordering my best wines and the finest cuts of meat I can lay my hands on. Were he a merchant, I'd probably think nothing of it, but this lad's a wood whaler. And wood whalers don't earn that kind of coin. By chance, I was musing on where the money was coming from when you first told me about the Garleans in the forest, and I couldn't help putting two and two together. Suffice it to say, if a whaler's working for the Empire, none of us is safe. The lad I'm talking about goes by the name of Laurentius. Last I heard, he was in the South Shroud. Find him, Raptor, and if he is up to no good, put an end to it. And him, if it comes to that. Okay, so it looks like it ought to be close by. There we go. Wait. Alright, Laurentius. Can you you not see I'm on patrol? Begone. If you have business with the whalers, take it to the barracks. Not suspicious at all. Convenient boxes that he's counting? Not long now. To think patrol routes and rations would fetch such a price. No more than I deserve, though. It is little wonder the Empire has risen to such heights. If only the whalers paid their men their worth. You! What did you... How long have you... Help! 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 Please, come quick, my friends. It is I, Laurentius. I am under attack. I believe, sir, that it is not you who is under attack. Yet. You are not under attack. Yet. How? How did you... You just... I know nothing. I was on patrol. It just appeared. I thought you were working for the Garleans. Yeah, that was the weakest excuse. We literally heard you. And that is a hydrate, so everyone, acquire your nearest save for consumption of beverages. And let's take a sip. While I find this guy again. He should be nearby. There he is. Okay. Sippy time. Sippy. Hydrates. Water. Water. Although I am gonna step away again in a moment just to get a refill on my coffee because I feel like I could use it. After dealing with Laurentius. Yes, definitely after dealing with Laurentius. Then coffee top up, which should take me less than like 4 minutes. How long do you mean to keep this up? What is it you imagine I've done? Enough! Enough, I say! It's over then. I sold maps and rations to the Empire. It was I. I meant no harm. I only wanted the coin. The whalers are good. Strong. I was proud to join their ranks. Am proud. But they do not provide. They preach justice, honor, duty, but in the end, it's those with money who do as they will. Who live as they will. So I thought an opportunity to change my fortunes, and I took it. All I've done for money. Endangered myself, my home, everything I love. Why, my actions put your life in danger too. Though you do not yet realize how much. Bloody idiot. Did you imagine you'd cornered me? It is not I who is cornered. No, it is we who is cornered, you fool. Garleans! I've wrought the hour a bastard. Yeah. Meat, ca, none, and fodder. Permit me a question, if you will. Are all adventurers so deluded as to believe they can challenge the power of Garlemald? You would need a veritable mountain of gil to fund such an endeavor. Such is the cost of fighting great power. Or of making it. Or of remaking it, as we will with Gridania. Yeah. So that's the way of it. Swapped your hardware bunk at the barracks for a feather bed in Garlemald, did ya? Eh? You there, Ara. You stand here at old Busk's wish, no? Then you don't stand alone. Hey, yo. Okay. Come on, aye. Get back here. Oi, come on, grab you. Please and thank you. Let's see. Come on, I've got to get this guy away from. Okay. Note to self. These guys keep coming from this side, so protect the healer. For now, while we deal damage to this guy more. Come on. There we go. Jay, hello, hello. Tony, hello. Welcome in, guys. How goes? How goes? Sorry. Got distracted for a moment by my hand that's very, very, very cold. Ooh, okay. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and currently kind of frozen to the bone while playing a little bit of Final Fantasy XIV after hitting a minor brick wall with what I had actually planned to do this day. But we did make progress. We made progress. I just kind of ran out of steam. But hey, we're still here. How goes? How goes? Now, what? Let's see. What does Laurentius have to say? Impossible. How did you best the Empire's finest? And with bandits and poachers at your side? They're your sworn enemies. Why do they fight with you and not against you? But I only know the answer too well. Buscaron. This is his doing. His words are wont to inspire men to act. Better men than I. Oh, what have I become? What have I done? I'm sorry. No more will I pursue this folly. No more lies. No more bribes. I will go to the Order of the Twin Adder and confess my crimes. There is something I'd like you to tell Buscaron. Tell him Laurentius the Fool says thanks, even though a veil has been lifted from before my eyes. It goes well. Oh my gosh, I hope you have fun with Final Fantasy XIV. Oh, thank you. I've been playing it on and off the last couple of years, and it's kind of my comfort game that I keep coming home to. I've never gotten particularly far, but every time I pick it up and start from scratch again, I feel, comfy place. Comfy place. Despite all of the swearing pirates and drunkards that are scattered throughout the world. There's just something very, very comfy about this game. I said just before you guys arrived, that I wanted to very quickly just deal with Laurentius and then quickly make myself a cup of coffee. It should not take me long at all. I am going to not go back into the be right back screen. I'm going to just idle here for a moment. So, I'm just going to very, very quickly go make myself a cup of coffee. If I'm not mistaken, there might still be warm water in a flask that I can take advantage of. In which case, that will be really, really nice. If there's not warm water in the flask, I'll be back really, really quickly. That's nice. I play it sometimes and have a lot of fun with it. Yeah. What I'm currently doing is a free trial completionist run, basically. Kind of on a whim. So, also wholly on a whim, I decided to go with a Marauder as my starting class. So I'm basically doing MSQ as Marauder, and then I'm going to come back and side quest my way through A Realm Reborn. Let me just get somewhere where there's no interference. But yeah. That's our guy. That's our raptor. So yeah. I'm just going to do a little bit of completionist run, come back to do side questing with the other classes. So yeah. So enjoy the view. I will be back momentarily. Okay, I'm back. Coffee acquired. Yo! It was the last of the warm water in the flask. Lol. Happiness. Happiness is a hot cup of coffee at wee hours of the morning. Oh yes. Warm coffee. Ooh. That is just the right thing. I just want to hold this between my hands for a second. Just get a little bit of life back in my hands. Phew. Ah. So, what do you think of the view? I know that the night lighting does not necessarily make it easy to see everything. Whew. Warm coffee. Now I'm just aside for a moment. I love him. I'm glad. He has been quite fun to work with so far. I'll probably draw him at some point as well, but maybe when he's a little bit higher leveled. Now, what is Vesgrong about to say? This time. Okay. I, Laurentius, confessed to his crimes. I just had word from the twin adder. Seems he marched straight into the nest and gave himself up. The lad's had quite a life, you know. His mother was killed by a brigand when he was only small. As a young man, he joined the Whalers, hoping to spare his fellow Gridanians the misery he'd known growing up. Trouble is, protecting Gridania is too big a job for one man, and he came to believe he couldn't make a difference. That it was hopeless. There are a few things more dangerous than desperation, and a man lost in the dark is easily drawn to the glimmer of coin. I reckon he thought if he couldn't change the lot of his fellow man, he might as well change his own. Thing is, he was making a difference. Just not on his own. Somehow he'd failed to grasp one simple truth. That those things we cannot do alone, we must do together. Eh? He asked you to thank me, did he? Then there's some good in him yet. I just hope them at the Adder's Nest are able to see it. What he's done ain't easy to forgive, but I'd like to think he'd be afforded a chance to make amends. But let us leave the fates to the 12. I have other news for you, Raptor. The Sylph Elder has been found! Yay! And I think this is going to be the new duty. This is a new duty, I think. It's taken us a fair old while, but we've finally got our hands on some reliable information concerning the whereabouts of your missing green friend.
Ahem. His name is Phrixio, and he is the eldest among the sylphs of Little Solace. Long has he represented his kind in dialogue with the Gridanians. Yes, he's like a bridge between us and them. A small, leafy green bridge that we cannot find at the moment, and bridges are no use to us if you don't know where they are. That's why it's so important that we find him.
There's an abandoned dungeon called the 1,000 Moors of Toto Rock here in the South Shroud. 'Twas by the entrance to the place that Phrixio was seen, and not long ago, neither. If you hurry... Oh, hello. Skipped too quickly.
Walking ones, please help this one. This one needs help. Needs help to help the older one. Poor Phrixio. Poor Phrixio.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Hold your chocobos! Take a deep breath and tell us what's wrong. Nice and slow.
Elder One went into Toto Rock, but has not returned. This one is worried. So very worried.
And you're right to be. The place fair crawls with nasties waking to make a meal of anyone daft enough to wander in. What in the seven hells was he thinking, entering that bloody death trap?
Elder One had no choice. Imperial ones were chasing Elder One. Please, Walking ones must help Elder One. Help Elder One now! Ugh, the fates conspire against us. Forgive my pragmatism, but Phrixio is our best hope of reaching accord with the sylphs. Were we to lose him, all our efforts thus far will have been for naught. I will tend to her wounds. Ida, make haste to the adder's nest and request assistance. Understood. Raptor, go to the 1,000 Moors of Toto Rock and see what Phrixio comes to no harm. Peace between man and sylph rests upon your success.
It must be very, very, very difficult to nod when looking down that far. Like, just how much more must you dip your chin if you're looking down that hard? It's like at that point you may as well just, bend at the waist a little bit because it's easier than nodding. Your neck can only bend so far. Okay, it's not that far actually, but it's cool. Oh, good. I wasn't entirely sure where this place was, but it's closer than I thought. By order of the Elder Seed Seer, the dungeon known as the 1,000 Moors of Toto Rock has been placed under the control of... What? The Sylph Elder is inside? And you are sure of this? How in the 7 hells did he manage to sneak by? Oh, God strike me down for a pure blind fool. You must find the Sylph Elder before he falls prey to the fiends within. Entrance to Toto Rock is ordinarily restricted, but these are exceptional circumstances. Pray assemble a rescue party and enter as soon as you are ready. I knew it was going to be this. And NP sheesh. Because I do not want to do these ones. With randoms. While live. I'm just a little bit too cautious for that. While I can do solo stuff, I'll do solo stuff. Okay. Right. First things first, switch that on. There we go, next. Almost got it. And next. So far that went pretty well. Wait, come this side, this side, all of you. There we go. So far so good. Almost gotcha. There we go. That was, in fact, not a Side room. It looks like it, but it was not. Okay. Okay. You, I need to pull you, I need to pull you. Please and thank you. And now you all look at me. Here we go. Come on, what's happening? Yeah. There we go. Messed up the sequence. Okay. Straightforward. There we go. There we go. Come on. Grab this, grab this, grab this. You in here. All of you guys, come here. All of you, come here. There we go. Nearly got it, yes. Okay, that one's sorted. First one. There we go. Let me just zoom out a little bit. Keep this guy occupied. And facing away from my conjurer. There we go. He's just spitting poison everywhere. There we go. Very straightforward. Let's see. And ick. Wait. You would stand in the middle of the chest. What I do want to just check quickly. There is, in fact, not more food. What I do want to do is this is going to be in ingredients, so this is going to go quickly into this one, just before I get confuzzled. Okay. There we go. Nearly there with this one. Wrong button. Okay. Another one of these. No idea what was inside there, but okay. Prison pudding. That sounds absolutely, wonderful. That sounds lovely. Don't we all just love, pudding? Ish. I think this pudding is not for the eating. This pudding proves not to be for the eating. Oh, hello there. And let's start with that. Grab you guys. Come over here. Grab everything. Please make sure that they are all here. Yes. Okay, grab that. You. There we go. Whoa! Go back. I did not see that coming. Come on. Let's see. And that is a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. In my case, it's the fresh coffee, the fresh warm coffee. Yay! Ah. While I've still got it slightly warm, I'd like to enjoy it. Mm-hmm. I can't see anything of what I'm doing, but it's fine. I'm just watching the sequence, really. While sipping coffee. Okay, that does the trick. That does the trick. And going this way. Am I going in the right direction? Yes, because there is an enemy that we've not yet done away with. There we go. Nearly there. Okay. And another one of you guys. Oh boy. Now where's our people? Got my bearings in terms of our positioning. Right. Okay. accidentally hit a limit break number. Or a limit break button, I don't know. Unless maybe someone else did. Huh. With my Lancer maybe? Huh. Okay. Grab that. Okay, we're already starting to get duplicates. All of the bugs look this way. There we go. There we are, there we are. We're very, very close to the end of this run. So many bug eggs. So many bug eggs. There we go. All right. Look this way, thank you, thank you. There we go. Almost there. Sisian, hello, welcome in, welcome in. How was your art? I saw you doing it earlier and would have joined and said hi, but I got distracted by Vision and model art and Reiki. Ah, no stress, Sisian. Yes, it is going well. I just needed to grab a couple of additional... I'd rather not grab additional references. I needed to get some questions answered, so we're going to just put that particular project on hold for a teeny little bit. So we're probably going to pick it up again next week. But yes, we mostly do art and rigging and animating and all of the chaos of creative natures here. But thank you for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you here. How goes your model art and rig hunting? Hey, come on. There we go. Getting there! Now the thing we were working on earlier is an outfit design for Zany, who is joining us over in Oh, yes, you are also on Twitch. Okay, for a second I thought you were on YouTube. What the? Yeah, we are doing some outfit design work for our friend Zany. And I just need to get a couple of points of clarity to make sure that what we do is in fact appropriate. But yeah, I do a lot of that. It's stressful as I have several people in mind and I'm weighing on my options, but I don't know, I was hurting my head so I took a break. Yeah, that's fair. You need to consider these sorts of things quite carefully as well. Not only is it a matter of style, but it's also a matter of budget and each individual's capacity. And whether they take people in on a first come first serve basis or if it's a submission and then they pick the ones that they find most interesting type scenario. Both of which I've encountered in the wild. So it's a lot to take into consideration. Like, I am my own model mama, so it is pretty straightforward for me to decide, okay, I'm going to do it myself, because my budget was 0. And I am very privileged at the moment to have the opportunity to also be working on models for Heyo Teo and for Cheeky Wolf as well. Right at the same time, right at the moment. So I've been thinking of who I want for a year and a half now. Oh wow. Sometimes overthinking it might do you more harm than good. So if you've got people who are being picky about which projects they pick up, I would actually say cast your line at a whole bunch of them for the ones that you have the budget for, or at least get a guesstimation from them. If they don't give you a starting point on their pricing, get at least a quote for what your character design ought to come to. If you don't yet have a character design, that should be your first port of call, is to get your character designs fixed down so that your potential model artist can actually look and assess and see, okay, how much is this going to be, and go take it from there. But yeah, once you've narrowed down by who is actually open to work on your design, from there, it'll be an awful lot easier to choose, because it'll eliminate at least 1 or 2 of your potential options at that point. Make it easier to make a decision. Dun dun dun.
Darkness.
Ooh. Voiced cutscene. Thank you so much for your help. No problem, no problem. If it's a little bit of basic logic I can assist with, then I hope it helps simplify your thought process just a little bit. Translation? For those of us who can't read on the screen because it's too tiny, the mighty slayer of Ifrit now comes to me. With a countenance that bespeaks understanding. An intriguing power, the echo. I must needs choose my words with care. Dun dun dun.
Mayhap I might if I deign to speak in my guest crude tongue. We
Thank
meet
you.
at last. I am Lahabrea of the Asians, servant to the one true God. Yours is a most fantastical tale, truly absorbing. It is a tale to tell Eorzea's children before bedtime, and it will soon be dark, bringer of light.
The dark minions.
All that stands between this world and darkness is an irksome anomaly in the ether. The Echo.
Harrier is also a great character designer. Thank you, Zany! Thank you for the vote of confidence.
Yes, yours is a most fascinating tale. Alas, like all good tales, it must needs come to an end. But fear not.
Here, feel the presence of
Sorry. Just needed to get something to not be wrong on another screen. There we go. Ruka! Hello, hello! All the best and have a great day. Thank you! Thank you, Ruka! Arigatou gozaimasu! Welcome in. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. And it is a pleasure to have you joining us. Thank you so, so much. You stay looking at me. You stay looking at me. Have a fun stream. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. You guys need to stay looking this way. Okay, Conjurer, why are you so close to me? Oi, oi. Come this way. Look at me, look at me. There we go. Okay. Nearly got it. Nearly got it. Harrier, your accent sounds familiar. If you don't mind asking me, are you British? My accent changes with the tides and the time of day and how tired I am and how or who I'm speaking to and what I'm talking about. So I'm not British. I just listened to a lot of BBC when I was growing up. And it kind of comes through every now and again. But yeah, I literally go through everything from proper Oxford through to Cockney. A wee bit of Irish here and there. Sometimes a little bit of Aussie sneaks in. Sometimes a bit of American sneaks in. It really is all over the show. Like, completely all over the show. And in between all of that, I throw in the odd South Africanism. So It's completely wild. My accent is a mess. But if it's a fun mess, then hey, victory! Interesting. Yes. My accent is really all over the show. Oh, plop. Hello there. Uh-oh.
Fatui! Finally! Fresh air! Mayhap not so fresh, but better than before! Sinister one is gone. This one can leave this awful place. Did Walking One vanquish the many-legged one? This one is grateful to the Walking One. This one is called Frixio, eldest of these ones of little solace.
Ooh, there's our party trick. Kicking in again, as it does. Memory recall. Alpha Squad reporting in, sir. Nothing of note at Lark's call, sir. Understood. Return to Area 12. Damn it all. Where is that accursed icon hiding? No sign of our wizened friend? I'm afraid not, my lord. Shall I order the search perimeter to be expanded? Absolutely not. We risk alerting the Gridanians to our presence. His Excellency bid us avoid unnecessary confrontation. Loath though I am to admit it, I have found no evidence to suggest that Ramu will be gracing the mortal realm in the near future. I ask you, what good is a god who does not grant one's wishes? Were I a sylph, I should strongly consider finding myself another idol. Which reminds me, what of the sylphs we captured? A handful of them seemed to be in reasonably good health when I last looked. Apologies, my lord. I fear we may have been overzealous in our efforts to compel them to summon their icon. Really, Centurion? Were you not aware that vegetables bruise easily? It is well that I did not entrust you with the important task of making my dinner. Ouch. Well, mayhap it was a kindness. Better dead in truth than dead to one's own god, I suppose. If you believe in such things. Dawn is upon us. Make ready to withdraw. Useless. We are so close to completion. I can fair taste it. But at this rate... No. I must be patient. Our efforts will bear fruit in due time. What was that you always said? Ah, yes. Though it mean bringing down the very heavens, who shall challenge the limits of possibility, if not we? In that alone you were right, Garland. But your star is long fallen, while mine doth begin to rise. And it shall burn so bright, that Lorn from Belsar's ultimate weapon will seem a mere candle beside it.
Those walking ones did it for Noxia. This one is certain of it.
This one fears the other taken ones also suffered the same fate.
This one is convinced. Walking ones have black hearts. Seek only to harm these ones. Walking ones are not to be trusted.
Now, Naraxia, do not pass judgment too hastily. Not all walking ones are alike. Though there are evil ones among the walking ones, there are good ones also.
Oh.
Does walking one feel unwell? This one would know. What brings walking one to this place?
That would be you, sir. That would be you.
Came to this one's rescue at Naraxia's bidding? Then this one owes walking one a debt of gratitude. Walking one has questions about Lord Ramu. Then this one will provide answers.
Sprightly old fellow, isn't he?
But first, let these ones quit this lightless place. This one will return to Little Solace. When walking one is ready, please come and see this one. These ones may speak properly then. Then it is settled. Let this one accompany walking one outside.
Here we go. Back at the entrance. Okay, now go back to talk to Bascaron again. Yay! Let's just get in there. There we go. Ah! You're back. Tell me the Sylph Elder as well. Thank gods for that. I don't rightly know what to make of the rest of your tale, but I'm full glad Phrixia didn't come to any harm. Ah, but there I go tempting fate. Run over to Little Solace and secure peace with the Sylphs before aught else befalls us, eh? Rest assured, I'll send word to our friends of Charlian and the twin Anna both. You've done Gridania a great service this day, lad, and earned yourself a place of honor here at the Druthers in so doing. Be sure and come by whenever you feel like a drop of kicker and firewater. Yes, sir. I can roll with that. I can probably get away with taking that one. I think it might be a good idea to potentially. Let's just upgrade our gear set quickly. Oh goodness, that looks absolutely hideous, but okay. I see why glamours are a thing. This is kind of ghastly. But before we go anywhere, let's just get this thing from Bascaron. So friend, there's something I'd like to ask you to see delivered to the Sylphs of Little Solace. This Azima Rose Oil. It's a gift to celebrate the safe return of their tribe's elder, and a token of Gridania's desire to unite. The wood is not what it once was. The calamity changed the elementals, weakened them. Until their strength is returned, we must lend them ours to keep the wood safe. But ours alone will not be enough. We must have the strength of the Sylphs as well. Only by working together and fighting together will we survive together, and the 12s would with us. The gift I ask you bear is a symbol of the hope that both Gridania and Sylph alike will live to see the light beyond this darkness. Okay. Right. So let's ignore the fact that I look like a little yellow clown at the moment. And methinks not yet. What I want to do is I want to just quickly switch this back to at least that, which at least looks marginally less hopeless. And then hit the return button. And then... Wow. Okay. Let's very, very quickly just visit the inn room. I think it's time I make use of that first glamour prism. Okay. And that's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Mm-hmm. Lovely. Armory chest. Uh-huh. Let's just see, are we gonna go for something basic? Definitely not that. Definitely not that. Hold up. Right, here's what I was hoping to see. If you come across a piece of gear whose design tickles your fancy, you'll be able to store it in a glamour dresser where it will be instantly transformed into a glamour. Okay. Cannot be equipped until removed from the dresser. Okay. So let me just do this. And go recommended gear. Where? You have accessed the true end game experience? Yes, because there was one crime that I could not allow to be permitted. And that is that. No. 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 I could tolerate most things, but no. No. I know green and yellow are kind of my colors in my branding. But not like this. Nuh-uh. No, thank you. We must first make something marginally usable. You can get some glamour stuff cheap on the market board to help get some good stuff. I don't think market board is available to free trial players. This is a safe temporary bit. No? This is a safe bet. Okay. Wait, really? Then I'll hop on next if I can get some good stuff for you. I don't know if it'll be transferable either. Don't do anything drastic, I don't think. Don't do anything drastic. Yeah, I think this is going to be the safest bet. Where's my where do I see my durability? Condition 100%. I've really gone through most of these, haven't I? Try on, let me just see. You know what? If I'm going to go for the if I'm going to go for the basic I exist but don't look at me too hard look for now, then that's probably not a bad idea. All of the shoes are presently unusable. Okay, so edit plates. We're just gonna go grab that and grab that because that's what we've got. It's straightforward and cheap and nasty, but it's better than yellow horror. It's better than the yellow horror. Unless I just stick with using low quality gear for now. Yeah. Restore item. I'm going to just leave this. Because I do not see that working for me. Like the rest of it, I can survive. Wait, this is level 17. Let me just do that and do update my update that. Wait, blech. It's still not great, but it's better than the yellow thing. And it's raining. It's raining again. What? Okay, and there we go. Dismount. Alright, Nalexia. Will you be switching to subscription once your trial stage ends? It depends on what my life situation is like. And yeah, I've been kind of vocal about it, but I really, really, really wish that we had a pre-purchased option for those of us who are casual players who can't really say, okay, I'm gonna get 20 hours worth of playtime in a month that I've actually got available to me to actually do the thing, to make the amount of money that you spend on a monthly subscription make sense. I don't have that viability. So if I had a prepaid option where I bought like either 10 or 20 hours that do not expire on a calendar month, if I had that option, then I would do that. I hear that that's something that the Chinese servers have, that it's not available into the international market. It makes me sad, and I think that's mostly because of I think that's probably because of differences in financial models across the world. But I think that yes, the Chinese servers might have a culture of, okay, if you're buying it on a prepaid, it means that you can't afford to be bad, because then if you're bad at the MMO and you're doing dungeons or raids or whatever you want to call them, or duties, or ultimates or whatever, and you're terrible, you're wasting everyone else's money. For a casual player, like myself, who can't be sure that I might even have 10 hours in a month, it makes sense. Ideally, you should have multiple methods to pay for the game. That, I think, makes sense. Have the subscription for the people who play enough to validate having the subscription. In which case, if you know the average player spends 40 hours in a month, or 60 hours in a month, we don't judge here, okay? If the average player spends that amount of time, then for that player, having the subscription should be cheaper than having the option for the pre-purchase play hours, because then it does not invalidate the subscription. It makes the subscription make sense for those regular players, who are most likely going to be the ones who are doing your ultimates. But for everyone else who is maybe on 5 to 15 hours in a month, having a prepaid option for us casual folk, it means you're not losing the players. They might only log in once a week, but you're at least not losing them. You need to have both models, in my humble opinion. Yeah. Is it more to administrate? Maybe, probably. But if you have the saying of, you are buying so many play hours, that is not something that can be breaking laws, I don't think, internationally, because you're actually stating exactly what a player is buying into. Never once even attempted proper raids myself. I love the game, but Donna, I'm not good enough for the harder stuff. Yeah, no. Like, I've only gotten to the end of A Realm Reborn once, and I've been jumping in and out of this game for at least 7 years. So, like, it's definitely... I am so far away from being regular enough or good enough. Like, from one week to the next, I forget how to find the right buttons on my keyboard, okay? I do have no delusions of being anywhere near that level of gameplay in any sort of a hurry. But, you know what? I would very much like to not be locked out of saying, okay, I can at least afford to not have to put it down for 10 months at a time if I can squeeze an hour here or there, if I've got the prepaid option. Because I can't, there are months where I cannot validate the expense on a subscription for a game that I'm not getting around to actually playing. So there is an argument here for us casuals to not have no choice but to drop the game. And I am pretty sure that the ratio of casual players to heavy endgame content players is not such that you can disregard the existence of the casuals. And yeah, that is my feeling. That is my feeling on purchase options or subscription methods and payment methods for MMOs. In a nutshell. Have both. Have both options. You as the company cannot lose out if you're getting a little bit of money from a lot of places. You can't go broke making a profit. And having lots of ways to have people pay you, that makes sense. That makes sense to the lizard brain. That makes sense to the lizard brain. Fingers crossed they one day give us more options. I hope so. Like, I did decide at one point to open my app and comment on an official, I think it was a Twitter post and a Blue Sky post. I think I duplicated the post on both of them recently, asking for, it would be great if we had this. Here's why. Whether anyone official actually read it, who knows? I know there was one person who had no comprehension who read it. And said, yeah, maybe if you stopped streaming, you'd be able to afford it. It's like, bruh, I'm streaming for my day job. It's not like I can just put down art for a day every week to validate the expense. I am streaming art because that's what pays the bills. Luckily, someone else put that in the comments. I didn't have to. I just said my piece and then ignored the rest of the conversation. And it fizzled out very quickly when they saw that, oh, OP is not responding to my intent to create drama. So, waha. As soon as you said a comment, I knew exactly what's going to happen. Yeah, there's always some fool in the comments who decides, oh, I'm smarter than you, I can make you feel like a less individual. Blah. To sound somehow superior. But, you know what? That's how I at least learned that the Chinese servers even have this thing. Without that, I would not have known that it is even a thing that the company even has on their radar. But since it's on the radar for China, why is it not possible for it to be on the radar for everyone else? Questions. I know the rest of the world is used to being exploited thoroughly in our economic models because there's no laws against certain stuff. But like, come on. There is an opportunity here. There is a financial opportunity here. If you just open up another channel. But anyway, let's see.
Such a lovely scent. This one has never smelled anything like this before. Walking one, Buscaron, and adventuring one are very kind. No, this one is deeply grateful. Many walking ones are scary. Many walking ones utter many lies and much deception. But this one is moved. Let all these ones be friends! Yay! Let's see. What time is it? Okay. That's what the time is. Okay, I need to actually open it up or it'll... let us do the next thing. Okay. Cutscene. Or at least close-up view. Dun dun dun. Cinematics.
This one has been expecting walking one. This one fetches elder one.
This one is pleased to see walking one again. Welcome to the home of these ones. Ah, there you are, Raptor. We have been hearing tell of your deeds of daring do. Well done. Ah, the walking ones who aided Noraxia. This one is grateful. A pleasure to have been of service. If you do not mind my asking, how did your misadventure come about? This one does not mind. The misadventures, as Walking One calls them, of this one began when Imperial ones entered the wood. Fearing trouble, these ones decided to watch Imperial ones closely. But these ones watched too closely, and the Imperial ones noticed and tried to catch these ones. Having nowhere else to hide, this one fled into Totorak. Would that this one had not. In Totorak, a sinister one robed in black tried to feed this one to a many-legged one.
A sinister one robed in black? Why do I have a feeling I should be more worried about that than I am?
Elder Frixio, we came to you as emissaries of the nation of Gridania. This missive bears the words of the Elder Seed Seer. This one sees, so walking ones of Gridania are fearful of Lord Ramu. Plainly put, yes. Your people summoned the Lord of Leven but once, yet that single occurrence occasioned great alarm.
But it is not as if the Gridanians dislike you or anything. Actually, it's just the opposite. They think of you as friends, and they don't want anything to get in the way of that. That's why the Elder Seer wrote to you.
This one knows and respects the Horned One Carnesena. Be assured, like walking ones of Gridania, these ones have no desire for conflict. These ones resorted to summoning Lord Ramu to protect the wood from the Imperial ones. This one counseled against doing so, but was not heeded. Against this one's wishes, Lord Ramu was summoned, and all those ones who took part became touched ones. Those ones we want so desperately to turn touched ones back into normal ones, but did not know how, and still do not know. Touched ones, meanwhile, wanted to turn those who once into touched ones, and did know how. So this one fled to Little Solace with all those ones who did not wish to be bound to Lord Ramu. But walking ones of Gridania need not fear touched ones or Lord Ramu. unlike other primal ones, Lord Ramu is not callous and cruel. So long as walking ones do not trespass on these ones' ancestral homeland where touched ones reside, walking ones will not suffer thunderous judgment. But this one has spoken enough of touched ones. This one would speak instead of these ones. As this one said, these ones desire peace with walking ones of Gridania, and so these ones ask for a chance to set things right. By way of an addendum, mortals who are tempered come to take on the qualities embodied by the primal in question. In the case of sylphs, Ramu's influence has made them fiercely protective of their homeland.
That explains why they're so hostile towards trespassers. But what about the abductions?
A fine question, Ida. The abductions are, I believe, an expression of the tempered sylph's desire for reconciliation, another quality traditionally associated with Ramu. In the crudest manner imaginable, they seek to bring their fellows back into the fold. A timely reminder that the challenges posed by each primal are unique. Elder Frixio, we thank you for making your will known to us. The people of Gridania will rest easier in the knowledge that they and the sylphs are united in their desire for peace.
Wishing to cooperate, this one has written down the feelings of these ones. Please see these feelings are conveyed to Horned One Khan Isena.
And with that, I believe we can lay the matter of Ramu to rest.
That Sylph Elder is really reasonable, I must say. You could learn a lot from him.
Huh? Was that a jibe? If so, I feel it only fair to observe that one of us wouldn't recognize reason if it punched her in the nose. Did I say fair? I meant reasonable.
Anyway, we're going to head back to the Waking Sands and tell Minfilia all about it.
Fear not. We will be sure to mention the instrumental part you played in all of this. And while we see to that, we should appreciate it if you would deliver Frixio's missive to the Adder's Nest. Elder Frixio, we humbly thank you for your time. It has been an honor.
The honor is this one's. Together, let the walking ones of Gridania and these ones find a way to live in peace. Please wait, Walking One Raptor. This one has yet to give Walking One a token of this one's appreciation. When these ones summoned Lord Ramu, these ones were gifted with this crystal. This one would now bestow this crystal upon Walking One as a symbol of these ones' trust.
Heh. Cha-ching, number 3. Mm-hmm.
This one was not mistaken about Walking One. Walking One is destined to walk a fate far crueler than this one can imagine. A brilliant light from within the Walking One enveloped the crystal. This one saw. Mark this one well. That crystal will one day be of use to Walking One. Walking One must keep that crystal safe at all times. Before Walking One returns to Gridania, this one would ask Walking One to watch Touched Ones. So long as Touched Ones are not troubled, Touched Ones will not make trouble. If Walking One witness Touched Ones making no trouble, mayhap Walking One can testify to Walking Ones of Gridania that these ones mean no harm. These ones' homeland is fraught with danger. This one marks down safe places to look out for Touched Ones.
Okay. I feel like this is going to be something I'm going to need regularly. If I can find it. Look out. There we go. And there's a hydro, so everyone acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. There are tempered sylphs in the distance. You do not sense that they pose a danger if left alone. And back to for sale Eula, so we can go return to New Gridania. Wahahaha! And with that, that should be the Sylph quest line for now. Sorted! Sorted. Ah, Private Citadel. How went the meeting with the Sylphs? A missive from the Sylph Elder himself, if I may. So the Sylphs have no desire for conflict, nor do they intend to summon Ramu. And so long as we leave the Tempered Ones be, we need not fear any aggression on their part. The Elder Seedseer will be overjoyed to hear that the Sylphs have welcomed our overtures, and in the knowledge that they bear us no ill will, we may channel our resources towards tackling the more conspicuous threats to our security. You have done our nation a great service, Private Citadel. It will not be forgotten. Yay! I actually want to check my currency real quick. I think... Still quite a bit to do before I can level up company, but okay. I forget what that one does. Let's not tackle that one yet. And what do you know? More Vesper Bay Aetheryte tickets. Accept. How many times were we supposed to jump back to Vesper Bay in the meantime? Wow. The Sylphic folk have long been friends to Gridania. The mere thought of being at war with them pained the Elder Seedseer no end. But owing to your efforts, she will be able to rest easier. Being the benevolent soul that she is, my lady will surely try to find a way to reverse the tempering process. Once again, I thank you. Had the signs of the Seventh Dawn not offered us to mediate between our peoples, suspicion and doubt may well have led us into needless conflict. Pray pass on my regards to Lady Manthilia. Da da da.
Hello? Hello, Raptor. Can you hear me? It is I, Minfilia. Ida and Papalimo returned some little while ago, and they wasted no time in regaling me with the tale of your exploits. Thanks in large part to you, the name of one primal may be struck from our list of enemies, and the Gridanians may turn their attention to more pressing matters. Well done. Yet the end of the tale is but the start of another. Pray return to the Waking Sands at your earliest convenience. I would apprise you of the present situation in person.
Okay. It's probably going to be the end of my Gridania arc for a while. What I'm going to do then is I just want to check something over here. By the Aetheryte. Register favorite destination, yes. Okay. Now to Vesper Bay.
Well, if it isn't my favourite adventurer. Welcome back, Raptor. Lady Minfilia awaits you within the Solar. Please enter at your leisure.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Alphino. I am given to understand that the matter of Ramu has finally been resolved. I fear resolved bespeaks permanence we cannot rightly claim, yet I am well satisfied that the Lord of Leven will not trouble us in the foreseeable future. Your satisfaction is assurance enough for me.
How fares the investigation?
Well enough. Thancred is sparing no effort. They are many and one, just as you suspected. Their purpose, however, eludes us still. I see.
I have been in to ask. But is Alice quite well? I feel as if I have scarcely seen her in recent days.
Oh, you haven't. And nor have I, alas. Alice has chosen to walk her own path, stubborn girl. But you may be assured that our destination remains the same. And on that note, I take my leave of you. I trust the Baldessian report will serve you well. Can't remember how to make Alphino's voice at all. I take it we can proceed, as discussed? Why do you ask? You scarce need my permission to act.
It is good to see you again, Raptor.
I have been looking forward to congratulating you on your triumph in the Twelveswood. Owing to your efforts, a conflict has been averted. Truly, you have done the Scions proud.
With that, we can strike Ramu from the list. So who's next? The Sahagin and Leviathan? The Lord of the World has not answered his minions' call of late, nor is he expected to do so in the near future. While the Sahagin remain as aggressive as ever, they lack the quantity of crystals required to call forth their god. As with the Sylphs, we can leave them to their own devices. For a time, at least.
For a time bears repeating. We can ill afford to fall complacent.
It is as Ishtalis says, unless we know the minds of the beast tribes, we cannot predict with any certainty when next a primal will return to plague the land. This being the case, we must proceed with as much haste as prudence allows.
Any word on Titan? The Maelstrom keeps the kobolds under constant observation. We shall hear from them ere long. You may depend on it.
Indeed. So then, of all the known primals that have been active in recent times, we are left with...
Gridania! Wait, I meant Garuda! Who's the primal of the Exile who live near Gridania? Yes, that's what I meant.
Oh, so many moms to cover. Would that there were more efficient way to conduct our surveys. Were he still with us, we should not have waited for a more predictable solution. She's not wrong there. Where in the world are you, Chief? Oh. But one sure step at a time. Henceforth, the Order of the Twin Adder will handle all matters pertaining to the Sylphs, under the sage guidance of the Seed Seers. I bid you all enjoy a moment's respite. You have earned it. Is there something else, Raptor? Beg pardon? A man named La Habrea, sporting a red mask and robed in black? 12 preserve. Prior to the calamity, the Ascians took great pains to remain hidden. Why would they choose to cast off their veil of secrecy now? Oh, this bodes ill. We must take advantage of the present lull in primal hostilities and investigate this La Habrea. Learn all we can of him and his designs. I dread to think. Tataru! Eh? A sylph? In Thanalin?
At long last, this one finds walking one raptor. This one is most dependable of these ones, is sent by the elder one Frixio to help the walking ones. This one is called Naraxia. This one comes as a friend. Let these ones be friends. Pleasure to meet you, Naraxia.
When you are confronted with a floaty green thing, that is your height. Nice show. Poor Tataru. There is more to this, though. Let's see. What else has Minfilia got to say? Now let's see if I can actually match her voice a little bit better this time. Blech. Yes, Tataru is ready to express her fright as she is to express everything else. Not all of us are forged of the same steel as you, I'm afraid. But it takes all kinds to make a family, and it pleases me to no end to see ours continue to grow. One by one, the people of Eorzea are beginning to unite, down to the hope that shines within you. Yet darkness threatens to engulf this light. Never have I doubted the Ascians' presence, but that they have grown so brazen as to carry out their work in plain sight fills me with a deep sense of foreboding. Uh-oh. I'm not gonna open this one now, because I think this is we're gonna call it for the night. Because otherwise I'm gonna keep going for another hour longer than I'm supposed to, and that will make tomorrow difficult. That'll make tomorrow difficult, and I have much to do. I need yet decide. To borrow their Final Fantasy XIV grammar, I needs yet to decide what of the pressing matters upon my plate be dealt with first. So, I will have a look tomorrow about what we're going to actually end up doing tomorrow night. But thank you guys so much for joining me today. We started being productive, and then my brain fried, and then we got through a whole nother arc of story questing, which is really, really cool. So thank you for joining me for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you guys had fun. I am trying to get some sort of consistency in the voice acting. It's something that I'm working on, something that I'm learning. One of the things that I find fun about this game is trying to figure out and voice the characters. I think it's fun to do. I think it's really, really fun to do. Outside of this, I don't think I've ever actually really properly actively stretched my acting skills. So, trying to actually do that is really fun. Is really, really, really fun. And trying to actually kind of pseudo match everyone is an interesting challenge. Like, for now, I think that the easiest one to probably accurately match is probably Millwhip. Like, I can mostly get Millwhip. I can mostly get Millwhip most of the time. And maybe sometimes Y'shtola. Minfilia still eludes me. Have a good night, Ria. Thank you. I really like hearing your voice, everyone. I'm glad if you're having fun with it. I'm glad if you're having fun with it, because I'm having fun with it. I know my accent makes things tricky, or my mess of accents, and picking an accent that actually works. I need to remember that Limsa is in fact more Scottish sounding than Irish sounding. I need to remember that and start applying the appropriate guttural twang to it as needed. Because the Scottish accent is definitely a lot more rough than the Irish one. Whereas the Irish is a little bit more lilty and all over the shore. The Scottish that I heard briefly, very, very briefly, during the address in the memorial address, it was definitely more Scottish. And I need to make sure that I've got it actually down pat and proper. So I hear myself. I see myself needing to find some Scottish videos to listen to in the background to actually incorporate that accent back into my mental library a little bit more, because it's out, and I don't like it. I'm hopeless with accents. I never noticed or thought about it. No. Maybe it's just because I live in a part of the world where there's people from literally everywhere, all mixed together all the time. Misthaven is like that. There's literally people from everywhere around here. I'm used to just hearing the biggest mess of accents all the time, and that's before taking the very international nature of my history of televised media into account. So yeah, it's fun times. It's fun times. When you are exposed to a bunch of things, you start picking up the differences. So it's fun, and there are some accents that I'm not gonna try because I really sincerely don't think I can pull them at all. Like, I have no idea how to pin an American accent down regionally at all. I do not know the American geography or regionality well enough to try and pin down certain regional American accents at all. Like, I can tell, I can sort of tell apart like four American accents that I know of, but I can't tell where each one is from if I hear it. So it's a little bit messy. Like, it's messy. But like, I don't feel confident with a Spanish or an Italian accent. I don't feel confident with either of those at the moment. I just have not heard enough people of those nationalities speaking English to be able to pick up the accent. So yeah. So it's just messy. But you know what? One must listen broadly and experiment to actually absorb the information. So it just means I've got to do a little bit of research.
Little bit of research.
Absorb. That's how you get better, right? Ingest, assimilate, and produce accordingly. But yeah, this was fun. Thank you, everyone. I hope you rest well. I shall see you tomorrow for more commission work. Absorb. Yes. Make like sponge and soak. Yes. So, sleep well, everyone. And thank you. And until next time. Cheery bye. I appreciate you all.